Over to you. What are the details you're gathering?
Well, this particular polygraph test, initially earlier in the day, the entire preparations were done and the officials were waiting for Aftab. However, we've just heard from the DCP office that how Aftab is reeling under a fever, and the polygraph test will be conducted tomorrow, because according to the top sources of Delhi police, both polygraph test and narco test need to be done in these 4 days of the custody that was awarded to the Delhi police officials yesterday. Now, in this polygraph test, a room has been secluded here at the FSL property over here near the Rohini court, and a reclining chair has been provided where Aftab will be made to lie. He'll be asked to breathe in, breathe out, to be comfortable, so that the ECG could, the heartbeat could be mapped properly, and also then, of course, the electrodes will be, the officials will be sticking the electrodes on the needed body parts, and of course the straps to notify the blood pressure will also be given to Aftab, and then from 30 minutes to around 2.5 hours, depending on the questionnaire, the polygraph test will be conducted, where Aftab first he will be asked some primary question, and then moving on to more relevant question that could further and strengthen the entire evidence bank of the Delhi police officials. Now, what is important here is the polygraph test and the narco test are important, as the Delhi police officials have been pinning on the fact that Aftab has been very irregular on his statements and has been changing them, which is why they need one, so that as it is coming out that more weapons could have been used, more than one. So all that needs to be located, because as far as the hardcore evidence is concerned, the Delhi police is lacking, and all they have is the digital imprints of the phones that have been tracked to the Mehruli area and to near the vicinity of Aftab's apartment. But as far as the hardcore evidence that is required in black and white, that is the police officials do not have that, that kind of evidence would be needed, as it will only be admissible in the court. And now what next is that the most important evidence would be of the DNA sampling from all the exhibits that have been combed out of Aftab's apartment and from the two jungles, one in Mehruli and one in Gurugram. We have the pictures of police officials carrying some exhibits in black poly bags, and they have been sent to the FSL. It's going to take around a week for the results to come, and that would determine that if the DNA is matching to the remains that have been combed out of the jungle to that of the samples that have been collected from Shraddha's father and brother, because that is what the top sources in the police officials saying, that they are highly depending on the forensic evidence that they expect to come in the coming week. Rest we have to wait and watch that. Yes. In the coming 2 days, according to the top sources, both polygraph test and narco will be completed, so that the Delhi police could further move in finding the evidence that they need, and that could be admissible in front of the court.
Yes, thank you very much, Madhurima, for getting us these details on the next course of action as far as Delhi police is concerned.
Thousands of employees at the world's biggest Apple iPhone factory hit the streets over COVID restrictions and contract. Videos on social media show how police in white protective suits with plastic riot shields assaulted the protesters in the central city of Zhengzhou. One person was hit in the head with a club, and another was taken away with his arms held behind his back. Another video showed a group of around a dozen police surrounding one person and being beaten to the ground with sticks. The factory operator at Foxconn Technology Group said it was using closed-loop management, which refers to employees living at their workplace with no outside contact. Protests have flared as the number and the severity of the outbreak has risen across China, prompting authorities in areas including Beijing, the capital, to close neighborhoods and impose other restrictions that residents say go beyond what the national government allows. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Now, there's massive controversy over the tapes from a Tihar jail, which shows how Satyendar Jain has been getting full-course meals while serving his term in jail. We have a reaction coming in from Union Minister Anurag Thakur. Let's listen in.
केजरीवाल जी की पोल खोलती है और उनके मॉडल की पोल खोलती है कि लूट भी करो और मजे भी करो, यानी कि लूट के भी मजे और जब जेल जाओ तब भी मसाज और मजे भी करते हैं। और साथ ही साथ जहां एक और न्यायालय में गुहार लगाते हैं खाने को लेकर, जब उनकी प्लेट सामने आती तो आम आदमी को भी लगता है कि ये कैसी सरकार है जिसका स्वास्थ्य मंत्री 6 महीने से जेल में और अरविंद केजरीवाल उनको ईमानदारी के सर्टिफिकेट बांट रहे हैं। और यही नहीं, उनके मंत्री को जेल में जो सुविधाएं मिल रही हैं वो किसी अपराधी को कैसे मिल सकती हैं। अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की पोल खोलती है और उनके मॉडल की पोल खोलती है कि लूट भी करो और मजे भी करो, यानी कि लूट के भी मजे और जब जेल जाओ तब भी मसाज और मजे भी करते हैं। और साथ ही साथ जहां एक और न्यायालय में गुहार लगाते हैं खाने को लेकर, जब उनकी प्लेट सामने आती तो आम आदमी को भी लगता है कि ये कैसी सरकार है जिसका स्वास्थ्य मंत्री 6 महीने से जेल में और अरविंद केजरीवाल उनको ईमानदारी के सर्टिफिकेट बांट रहे हैं। और यही नहीं, उनके मंत्री को जेल में जो सुविधाएं मिल रही हैं वो किसी अपराधी को कैसे मिल सकती हैं।
And we're heading into a short break right now. After the break, we'll get you details of the 2020 letter that Shraddha wrote to Maharashtra police. Big story at 7 p.m. And was Shraddha forced and pressurized to withdraw the complaint that she made to police? More details coming up after this break.
How many people killed Shraddha? Was Aftab alone, or is the system to be blamed equally? There is this letter that has been accessed by Republic of 2020 that Shraddha wrote to the cops. She went to the police station. She actually told them that I fear Aftab might kill me. But what happened next? No one knows. The reason why we at Republic are asking how many killers of Shraddha? That's a burning question tonight at 8 on Republic.
Thank you for joining us here on the biggest story tonight. It's 7 p.m. And for the last 2 weeks, a story that Republic TV has been tracking, the Shraddha murder case. Now, in the last few days, and especially the last week, we've brought you details of how the violent streak of Aftab was known to the police, was known to the families, was known to the friends. But did you know that even the police knew about it, and that too in writing? We'll tell you all about that. The Shraddha 2020 letter is our focus. Here are the headlines on the biggest story tonight. Amit Shah, super exclusive, speaks to Republic TV's editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami in Gujarat, says will beat the 2002 Gujarat record this time. Home Minister Amit Shah tells Arnab that the BJP will cross 50% vote share in Gujarat this election. Shraddha told the police in 2020 that Aftab would cut her up. She used those words, that she would be cut into pieces, and yet the murder happened. Police blame Aftab's family, claim there was pressure on Shraddha. Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis is for an inquiry into the police go-slow on the 2020 letter written by Shraddha. Massage and great food. I mean, it's a free-for-all in Tihar. A second tape is out. Jail Minister Satyendar Jain contradicted once again. Tihar tapes exposed the bad food claim that Satyendar Jain made in court. He said he wasn't getting good food. He said he was almost starving and losing weight. Videos have contradicted him and exposed his party's claim. The biggest story tonight, a letter that has emerged in the Shraddha murder case. A letter that was written in the year 2020 when Shraddha wrote to the police warning of Aftab's violent streak. She warned the police that she would be cut into pieces. In the words of Aftab, she said, Aftab told her he would cut her into pieces. She even told the police exactly 2 years before she was murdered, in the way that she described that she would be murdered, in the words of Aftab, that she would be cut into pieces. She had told the police that Aftab would beat her up daily. She even said that this killer's family, that is Aftab's family, had been told about it. They knew about the violent streak and they did nothing. And the most shocking aspect of this letter, details of which we will put out in a few minutes from now, in a few seconds from now actually, is that the police knew, but they did nothing. They claim that Shraddha took the letter back. They claim that Shraddha took the letter back. We have the details of the letter. The letter is on the screen right now. They claim they're blaming Shraddha, saying she took the letter back. Shraddha said that, I would like to report, she reported Aftab Amin Punawala, 26 years old. She gave out the address and claimed that he had been abusing her over the years, and that was beating her up. She even said today he tried to kill me, and on the day she wrote the letter, she said Aftab had tried to kill her by suffocating her, and that he scares her, blackmails her, and that he will kill her and cut her up into pieces. She wrote this. She said, it's been 6 months, he's been hitting me, but I did not have the guts to go to the police because he would threaten to kill me. His parents are aware that he beats me up and that he tried to kill me. He also knows that we are living together in the East and they visit on weekends. I lived with him till date as we were supposed to get married soon and had the blessings of his family. Henceforth, I'm not willing to live with him. So in any case of any physical damage or physical violence is what she meant, he will be responsible, as he's been blackmailing me to hurt me whenever he sees me anywhere. So can you believe it? 2 years before she was killed, she wrote to the police. She put it on record, and yet we let that murder happen. Dipti is joining me in just a few seconds Take a look. This is the full details of what that letter exposes tonight.
I, Ms. Shraddha Vikas Walkar, age 25, would like to report Aftab Amin Poonawala, age 26, who currently lives at B302 Regal Apartment, Vijay Vihar Complex near ARC Bhavan, has been abusing me and been beating me up. Today, he tried to kill me by suffocating me, and he scares and blackmails me that he will kill me and cut me up in pieces and throw me away. It's been 6 months he has been hitting me, but I did not have the guts to go to the police because he would threaten to kill me. His parents are aware that he beats me and that he tried to kill me. They also know that we're living together in East and they visit on weekends. I lived with him till date, as supposed to get married soon, and had the blessings of his family. Henceforth, I'm not willing to live with him, so in case of any kind of physical damage, he will be responsible, as he has been blackmailing me to kill me or hurt me whenever he sees me anywhere.
देखिए वो पत्र मेरे पास भी आया है, मैंने उसको देखा है, बहुत सीरियस पत्र है। उसके ऊपर क्यों कार्रवाई नहीं हुई, इसकी जांच हमको करनी पड़ेगी। मैं किसी पर दोषारोपण नहीं करना चाहता, लेकिन इस प्रकार के पत्रों पर कार्रवाई अगर नहीं हुई तो ऐसी घटनाएं होती है, इसलिए जरूर उसकी जांच की जाएगी।
क्या आपको लग रहा है जान बच सकती थी यदि कार्रवाई कर ली तो?
जी बिल्कुल, ऐसा है, कार्रवाई होती तो शायद जान बच भी जाती।
इस मामले में जो भी ज़रूरी कार्रवाई करनी थी वो कार्रवाई पुलिस की तरफ से की गई है। जो अर्जी दी गई थी, अर्जी के ऊपर में जांच हुई है। जांच के बाद में खुद जो कंप्लेनेंट ने लिखित बयान दिया है कि उसकी अब कोई कंप्लेंट या तकरार रही नहीं है, और जो उसका जो ये था फ्रेंड था, उसके फ्रेंड के माँ बाप ने आके उनको मतलब समझाया था दोनों को भी, और अभी उसकी कोई तकरार नहीं है, ऐसा करके उसने रिटर्न स्टेटमेंट दिया था, और जिसके चलते वो मतलब वहीं पे वो क्लोज हो गया।
Dipti joining us live from the newsroom in Delhi. Dipti, last week we spoke about the warning. There was a warning, and we were speculating whether the police was formally told. Well, here you have it, a letter that also mentions the manner in which her body was cut up. He warned her that she would be cut into pieces. Nothing shocks us anymore in this particular story.
Oh yes, and you know, Niranjan, what a lot of our viewers have been saying is just reading this letter burns a hole in their soul, that someone like Shraddha, you know, a happy-go-lucky person, actually foresaw this end. She foresaw that Aftab is going to kill her, strangulate her, chop her into pieces. Exactly what happened. And each word, I think that's going up here on our screens in this letter, the letter also that I hold. And we must tell our viewers why this letter is important, because this is a letter written in her own handwriting. It's a handwritten letter. It has a stamp of the police. This is what Shraddha gave the cops. And just for a moment, Niranjan, you know, if we just look at the entire sequence of events, this is written on the 23rd of November. 23rd of November 2020, where Shraddha Walker writes this letter. The details are all there on our screens for viewers to see. The next day, if you remember, there was this, you know, chat accessed by Republic with Karan, who's an ex-boss, an ex-employer of Shraddha, where she details, and she did say that, you know, I was doing police rounds, I'm exhausted, I have low BP with all the beating I got yesterday. So now, you know, all those loose ends are getting tied. And in the next 3 days, if you recall, Niranjan, she is at a hospital in Vasai. She's admitted in a hospital for 4 days. We saw her prescription dated December the 3rd when she's in the hospital. And December the 19th, Niranjan, is where she takes her complaint back. That is, in fact, where she mentioned exactly this point, and she says, I won't be able to make it today because from all the beating yesterday, I guess my BP is low, my body hurts. Energy nahi bachi hai bed se uthne ki, is what Shraddha Walker is writing to Karan, who is an ex-employer now, exactly a day after she approaches the police. Now, the next obvious question, Niranjan, is that if everything was so clear, she went to the cops. What did the cops do? The cops now are saying that, listen, Shraddha took her complaint back. So what can we do? We could have pursued this case only if Shraddha continued to be the complainant in the case. And we all know the kind, and she mentions this, that I am being threatened, I am being abused, that if I go to the police, I will have to bear severe consequences. So I don't understand today who's responsible, who's accountable, Niranjan, but Aftab alone is not the only killer. The killer is also the system. The reason why Shraddha today is scattered in 35 pieces in an obscure forest in Delhi. Niranjan.
Thank you for that, Dipti. In fact, what's even more shocking, and I'll thank you at that point, Dipti, but what is even more shocking, and Dipti, you've been through all of this, is it happened under a government whose record with the police was how do I say it? I can't find the right word, but we all know the record of the Mahavikas Aghadi government and the police force under the most, horrific policemen, some of whom can be compared to Aftab, given the manner in which they even killed Mansukh Hiren, right?
And it's a tragedy of huge proportions, Niranjan. We must never forget that. The reason why I think you're looking at this entire story unfolding and zero answers. The police behaving as if it's just another case. I mean, for God's sake, today, this young girl, all of 25, has lost her life. Where she went to the police with every detail. Every of that detail today is haunting us because she's exactly played out part by part what's happened vis-a-vis Aftab, whether it's the torture, it's the physical abuse, it's the beating, it's the role of the parents, Niranjan. You know, critically here, the parents now are under the radar of the cops. But I'm surprised, because whether it's the investigators, whether it's the cops, whether it's the parents, who do we blame today? I mean, why is Shraddha not amongst us? And how will we ensure that an incident like this does not repeat itself? And like you said, the less said,
yes,
the better about the Maharashtra police then.
Thank you for that. I think an inquiry is in order and they will look into this letter. Dipti, thank you very much. The second big story that we're tracking on the show tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, on Saturday we brought you the Tihar tapes. Let's go across to the next story right now. The Tihar tapes. On Saturday we showed you the video of a massage being given. Head massage, foot massage, back massage. They called it physio. They called it physio, and that physio defense collapsed because it turned out to be a rape accused and not a physiotherapist. He was never a physiotherapist, so that massage claim fell apart. But today, look at these videos. Look at these videos on Republic. This is the second set of the Tihar tapes accessed. And in court, Satyendar Jain, the minister, his lawyer had said that he does not have access to good food. But it appears, prima facie, looking at these videos, this one is from the 1st of October. Let's look at this first video. He's got access to full meals. In fact, he's got access to meals from home. He may be in prison, but he's not getting prison food. He's getting access to meals from home. It appears. This is food given to him in his cell. He doesn't have to stand in a line, etc. He gets food delivered to his cell. And these are the videos that came in today. Yesterday, his team claimed that he would get very, very bad food. They said there was no access to good food. But take a look at this. Look at this. Look at this. He's getting full. He's getting a full meal. He's got five items on his plate. 5 items on his plate. There are at least three boxes here in this particular meal. And he's got access to dal. He's got access to fruits. He's got access to dry fruits. Now, why are we showing you this video? They are showing you this video because the lawyers of Satyendar Jain in court said that he does not get food, and they even said that the jail minister who is in jail has lost 28 kilos. They put a number to it. They said he's lost 28 kgs. In fact, Tihar jail sources are saying he didn't lose any weight. He's actually gained about 8 kilograms. They're saying he hasn't lost weight, but has gained 8 kilograms. Here's how the BJP is responding. The political fight continues.
बाहर ऊपर सत्याचार, अंदर भ्रष्टाचार, तो ये बिल्कुल पंक्तियां जो हैं आम आदमी पार्टी पर स्थापित होती हैं और उनका बहुत अच्छे से व्याख्यान करती हैं कि लगातार किस प्रकार से आपराधिक छवि वाले व्यक्तित्व जो है राजनीति में आए और राजनीति को ही बदनाम करना शुरू कर दिया। आप सोचिए कि एक मंत्री जो जेल काट रहा है, सजा में है, कई केसेस में उसकी इन्वेस्टिगेशन चल रही है, तो पहले तो उसको मंत्री से ही नहीं हटाया गया, उसको मंत्री बना के रखा गया। फिर वो जेल के अंदर बैठ के उगराई का काम करता है, फिरौती का काम करता है, और जेल के अंदर पूरा ऐशो आराम चल रहा है, टीवी चल रहा है, पैर मालिश करने के लिए लोग रखे हुए हैं, भोजन पैक्ड आ रहा है और सब किस्म की सुख सुविधा जेल के अंदर उनको प्रोवाइड की जा रही है।
अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की पोल खोलती है और उनके मॉडल की पोल खोलती है कि लूट भी करो और मजे भी करो, यानी कि लूट के भी मजे और जब जेल जाओ तब भी मसाज और मजे भी करते हैं। और साथ ही साथ जहां एक और न्यायालय में गुहार लगाते हैं खाने को लेकर, जब उनकी प्लेट सामने आती तो आम आदमी को भी लगता है कि ये कैसी सरकार है जिसका स्वास्थ्य मंत्री 6 महीने से जेल में और अरविंद केजरीवाल उनको ईमानदारी के सर्टिफिकेट बांट रहे हैं। और यही नहीं, उनके मंत्री को जेल में जो सुविधाएं मिल रही हैं वो किसी अपराधी को कैसे मिल सकती हैं?
ये रोज नई कहानी का वीडियो लाएंगे क्योंकि उन्होंने कोई काम तो किया नहीं, कोई झूठे सच्चे वीडियो लाते रहेंगे। हम लोग काम बताएंगे, हम लोग कहेंगे ये कूड़े का पहाड़ साफ होगा, वो कहेंगे वीडियो। आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी के किसी भी नेता से आप पूछो, जनता पूछ रही है इनसे कि भाई 15 साल में क्या किया आपने, कूड़े के पहाड़ों के लिए क्या किया, कूड़े के ढेरों के लिए क्या किया, साफ सफाई के लिए क्या किया। तो ये कहते हैं ये केजरीवाल जी का वीडियो, ये देखो इनका वीडियो, ये देखो उनका वीडियो। बोलते हैं 250 स्टिंग जारी किए, 1000 गालियां केजरीवाल को दी। लोग पूछते हैं भाई वोट तो तुमने कूड़े के साफ करने के लिए मांगा था, फिर कहते हैं नहीं हमने केजरीवाल को 1000 गालियां दी हैं। तो अब फिर पूछते हैं कूड़ा कौन साफ करेगा, बोले जी वो तो हमको नहीं आता, वो तो केजरीवाल जी को ही आता है।
आप लोग अक्सर डिफेंसिव मोड में पॉलिटिक्स नहीं करते हैं, आक्रामक राजनीति करते हैं, लेकिन सत्येंद्र जैन पर क्या आप लोग डिफेंसिव मोड में ऐसा?
कोई डिफेंसिव नहीं है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी घबराई हुई है, बौखलाई हुई है कि ये कूड़े के पहाड़ इतने खड़े कर रखे हैं। जनता इस बार भारतीय जनता पार्टी की चॉइस को कूड़े के ढेर में बदलने वाली है।
In fact, ladies and gentlemen, getting in some breaking news now that Shraddha's father has spoken to Republic TV on the complaint that she wrote, the letter in 2020 that she wrote to the police, which the police didn't act on. We're getting in the first reaction of Shraddha's family. Let's break that reaction on the phone. Shraddha's father speaking to Republic. In fact, we're just going to get you that conversation in a few seconds. Shraddha's father, while speaking to Republic TV, has said that the police called Aftab's parents, but they did not call him, asking questions on why the police called Aftab's parents but did not call him. Shraddha's father saying that no medical test was done back then. Shraddha's father says even Aftab's parents didn't inform him. Shraddha's father to Republic TV saying that I think they all were wrong, saying that the police was wrong, saying that Aftab's parents were wrong, that the entire manner in which this issue was covered up was wrong. Shraddha's father saying that he's been saying that Aftab's family must be investigated. He believes now more than ever that Aftab's family must be questioned, must be held responsible. He's just spoken to Republic TV's Sandeep. We have that reaction, that conversation with Vikas Walkar, who's the father of Shraddha Walkar, who's spoken to Republic TV. And he says that he's been stating from day one that Aftab's parents should also be investigated, and he believes they should be made accused in the case. He claims he was not aware of the letter that his daughter wrote in 2020. And Sandeep is live. And before I play out that reaction, let me go across to Sandeep. Sandeep, what did he tell you? Did he not know about this letter, Sandeep?
See, See, Niranjan, at this point of time, when I spoke exclusively to Shraddha Walkar's father, he clearly mentions that he was not called in 2020 as Aftab Poonawala's parents were called.
All right,
when
Sandeep, be with me. I think I have a conversation. I have a conversation. I'd like to play that out first. Sorry to interrupt you. I'd like to play that conversation with Shraddha's father first.
जो लेटर सामने आया है जिसमें वो कह रही है कि वो मुझे टुकड़े टुकड़े कर देगा या ये सारी जो चीज़ें हैं, और आफ्ताब के माता पिता जो है उनको भी पता था ये सारी बातें, उसको लेकर के आपको क्या लगता है, कहीं तो नेग्लिजेंस है क्या पुलिस का जो एफआईआर नहीं रजिस्टर किया उस दौरान, और 20 दिन के बाद जो है वो केस वापस ले लिया गया?
इसमें पहली बात तो बनती है पुलिस को इन्फॉर्म करने की, पुलिस माँ बेटे के पेरेंट्स को इन्फॉर्म करने की
जी।
तब सिर्फ वो बेटे के पेरेंट्स को बुलाया गया शायद, ऐसा मुझे लग रहा है। अभी उनको पता थी, मतलब उनको बुलाया गया होगा
जी,
तो मुझे क्यों नहीं बुलाया गया तब?
कहीं ना कहीं नेग्लिजेंस है आपको लगता है? और मेडिकल टेस्ट भी नहीं कराया गया था श्रद्धा?
मेडिकल टेस्ट नहीं हुआ जी, मेडिकल टेस्ट भी नहीं हुआ। उसके पेरेंट्स को अगर ये सब बातें मालूम हो गई तो उन्होंने भी नहीं इन्फॉर्म किया। नहीं, मतलब मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है कि इसमें सब इनकी सबकी गलतियां हैं।
तो आपको जिस प्रकार से अभी केस प्रोसीड कर रहा है उस लिहाज से आपको लगता है कि आफ्ताब पूनावाला के पेरेंट्स को भी दोषी बनाना चाहिए?
जी, मैंने तो वही पहले दिन से बोला है कि उनकी भी इंक्वायरी होनी ही चाहिए, सबकी इंक्वायरी होनी चाहिए, उसके भाई की भी होनी चाहिए
जी। एक सवाल और ये भी है विकास जी कि उस दौरान जिन पुलिस वालों ने केस लेने से या केस नहीं किया है, उस प्रकार से एक्शन नहीं लिए, तो इन अधिकारियों पे कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए, इनको निलंबित करना चाहिए आपको लगता है? और आपको ऐसा लगता है क्या कि इस मामले को लेकर के कहीं ना कहीं करप्शन भी है पुलिस का, कि 20 दिन बाद 26 दिन में जो है मैटर सॉल्व हो जाता है? और श्रद्धा ने तो लिखित रूप से ये लिख कर दिया है कि आफ्ताब के पेरेंट्स के आग्रह पे उसने जो है वो कंप्लेन वापस लिया है।
वही तो लिखित कंप्लेंट दी, मतलब उनका फर्ज बनता है कि उसके ऊपर कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए
जी।
उसमें अगर कार्रवाई नहीं होती है तो दोनों के पेरेंट्स को इन्फॉर्म करना चाहिए। अगर उसने रिवर्स किया है, वो बात अभी बता रहे हैं, तो उसका प्रूफ क्या है रिवर्स किया है तो? वो सब इंक्वायरी होनी चाहिए उसकी सब।
आपको लगता है पुलिस की मिली भगत थी इसमें?
मैं अभी नहीं बोल सकता क्योंकि ये बात तो आज मुझे पता चल रही है
जी। ठीक है सर, मेरा नाम
Shraddha's father didn't know. Taking a short break here on the biggest story tonight. It's also one of our debates at 10 p.m. with Arnab. Stay tuned. Welcome back. As we look at this horrific lapse by the police in Maharashtra under the Mahavikas Aghadi government in 2020, the police in fact themselves admit that Aftab's family forced Shraddha to take that complaint back. They've admitted it. Listen in.
इस मामले में जो भी ज़रूरी कार्रवाई करनी थी वो कार्रवाई पुलिस की तरफ से की गई है। जो अर्जी दी गई थी, अर्जी के ऊपर में जांच हुई है। जांच के बाद में खुद जो कंप्लेनेंट ने लिखित बयान दिया है कि उसकी अब कोई कंप्लेंट या तकरार रही नहीं है और जो उसका जो ये था फ्रेंड था, उसके फ्रेंड के माँ बाप ने आके उनको मतलब समझाया था।
Viewers, it's time for Superfast 50. I'm Shivangi Shukla. Let's get started. In the biggest election interview of the year, Home Minister Amit Shah tells Arnab that the BJP will win the Gujarat elections, surpassing previous records.
अब्बे के बाद गुजरात में भारतीय जनता पार्टी एक भी चुनाव नहीं हारी है, चाहे विधानसभा का हो या लोकसभा का। हर चुनाव हम जीते हैं और मुझे पूरा भरोसा है कि 2022 के विधानसभा चुनाव में अब तक के सारे रिकॉर्ड, सबसे ज्यादा सीट प्राप्त करने के और सबसे ज्यादा मत प्राप्त करने के, हम तोड़कर प्रचंड बहुमत के साथ सरकार बनाने जा रहे हैं।
Well, speaking to Arnab Goswami, Union Minister Amit Shah lays down his prediction for the Gujarat election, saying the BJP will get 50% vote share.
कमंसी जरूर होती है, विधायकों की होती है, पार्टी की होती है, सरकार की भी होती है। शीर्ष नेतृत्व के खिलाफ भी, मुख्यमंत्री के खिलाफ भी हो सकते हैं, परंतु चुनाव में जब नतीजा डिसाइड करता है तो एंटी इनकम्बेंसी और प्रो इनकम्बेंसी का बचा हुआ शेष डिसाइड करता है और हम प्लस में।
You know, Minister Amit Shah completely dismisses the Aam Aadmi Party as a factor in Gujarat, says three-way contest is not a possibility.
आप कांग्रेस को प्रिंसिपल ऑपोजिशन क्यों कह रहे हैं गुजरात में?
क्योंकि वो है, मैं स्पेकुलेशन के आधार पर तो नहीं कर सकता। जमीनी हकीकत में वो है। आज ऑपोजिशन गुजरात असेंबली में कांग्रेस ही है, जमीन पर भी कांग्रेस है।
Speaking to Republic about the Uniform Civil Code now, Amit Shah says the process for a common civil code is on in multiple states and discussions are on.
राज्य करेंगे तब ये बहस अपने आप होगी। भारतीय जनता पार्टी की अकेले की आइडियोलॉजी से इतना बड़ा फैसला करने के बजाय अच्छा ये है कि एक सार्वजनिक बहस हो। हमारा स्टैंड बहुत स्पष्ट है कि इस देश में कॉमन सिविल कोड होना चाहिए, धर्म के आधार पर कोई कानून नहीं होने चाहिए।
Amid the ongoing controversy over Rahul Gandhi's remarks on Veer Savarkar, Union Home Minister Amit Shah says Rahul Gandhi should read his grandmother's statements.
सबसे पहला पुस्तक अगर अंग्रेजों ने किसी का प्रतिबंधित किया तो वीर सावरकर का 1857 का स्वतंत्र समर, इसको प्रतिबंधित किया गया। वो व्यक्ति के लिए, एक प्रखर देशभक्त के लिए इस प्रकार के विचार कि किसी भी पार्टी या किसी भी व्यक्ति को शोभा नहीं देते। ठीक है, बहस हुई है, उसका मैं तो बहस होनी भी चाहिए और इस प्रकार से विचार व्यक्त करते हैं, समाज में से रिएक्शन भी आना चाहिए, परंतु इस प्रकार के विचार ही व्यक्त नहीं होने चाहिए जिसका कोई आधार नहीं।
Big focus on national security in the biggest election interview. Home Minister says that many threats to internal and national security will be crushed.
जहां तक देश की आंतरिक सुरक्षा और बाह्य सुरक्षा का सवाल है, इसके खिलाफ किसी भी खतरे के लिए हमारी जीरो टॉलरेंस की नीति बरकरार रहेगी और दृढ़ता के साथ आगे बढ़ेगी।
Union Home Minister Amit Shah now dismisses freebies being a poll factor, says people of Gujarat laugh at these freebie cards.
वो कार्ड दे रहे हैं, हम तो दे चुके हैं। हमने सबके घर में गैस दिया है, टॉयलेट दिया है, बिजली पहुंचाई है, मुफ्त इलाज की व्यवस्था करी है और ये कह रहे हैं हम फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट पढ़ाएंगे। गुजरात में 1960 से प्राथमिक शिक्षा फ्री है।
In the interview with Arnab, Amit Shah now hits out at those against Article 370, says that the people of Jammu and Kashmir are happy post the abrogation of Article 370.
पहली बार घाटी की जनता और जम्मू की जनता ये महसूस कर रही है कि हमें हमारे अधिकार मिले हैं। तो हमें मालूम था नैरेटिव गलत प्रकार से बिल्टअप किया गया है और बहुत सोच समझकर हमने फैसला किया था और ईश्वर कृपा से हमारा अनुमान सही निकला और आज जम्मू कश्मीर सुख और शांति के साथ लोकतंत्र की ओर आगे बढ़ रहा है।
In the interview with Honorable Amit Shah reaffirms that in matters of national security, the government will always have a zero tolerance approach.
इस गुजरात के विकास के मॉडल पर ही आज देश का विकास का मॉडल बना है और हमारा अर्थतंत्र 11वें नंबर से 5वें नंबर पर पहुंचा है। देश सुरक्षित हुआ है, इन्वेस्टमेंट आ रहा है और देश बहुत समय के बाद अपनी संस्कृति के लिए गौरव भी कर रहा है। ये सारी चीजें हुई है, इसका मूल गुजरात में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार है।
In the interview with Arnab, Amit Shah reiterates that the Gujarat model under Narendra Modi has become the development model for India in the past 8 years.
गुजरात में नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने एक सर्वस्पर्शीय सर्वसमावेशक विकास का मॉडल खड़ा किया है। उस मॉडल के आधार पर ही आज देश भर के अंदर 8 साल में इतना बड़ा परिवर्तन हो रहा है। गुजरात की जनता को मालूम है कि पूरे देश में जो परिवर्तन हो रहा है इसका नींव गुजरात में है और ये नींव और मजबूत करने की जरूरत है। मुझे पूरा भरोसा है गुजरात की जनता पर। फिर से एक बार गुजरात की जनता हमें आशीर्वाद देगी, इसका मुझे पूरा भरोसा है।
Republic has accessed Shraddha's police complaint that she filed against her boyfriend Aftab Poonawala exactly 2 years ago in the letter dated November 23rd, 2020. Shraddha filed a police complaint at Mumbai's Vasai police station where she complained that Aftab had tried to kill her, had been assaulting her for 6 months as well. In the 2020 letter, Shraddha mentioned specifically to the police on how Aftab tried to suffocate her, said he would chop her up into pieces, exactly what he ended up doing in May 2022. Shraddha informed that Aftab's parents were aware of the assaults as they used to visit them on weekends and also gave their blessings for the duo's marriage. She also clearly told police in a complaint that if anything untoward happened, Aftab would be responsible as he was constantly blackmailing her and that she wanted to leave him. Fresh videos of Aam Aadmi Party Satyendar Jain emerged from Tihar jail in which he is seen eating uncooked vegetables and fruits in his cell days after the minister moved to city court alleging that he is not being provided raw food as per his religious beliefs.
बाहर ऊपर सत्याचार अंदर भ्रष्टाचार, तो ये बिल्कुल पंक्तियां जो हैं आम आदमी पार्टी पर स्थापित होती हैं और उनका बहुत अच्छे से व्याख्यान करती है कि लगातार किस प्रकार से आपराधिक छवि वाले व्यक्तित्व जो है राजनीति में आए और राजनीति को ही बदनाम करना शुरू कर दिया। आप सोचिए कि एक मंत्री जो जेल काट रहा है, सजा में है, कई केसेस में उसकी इन्वेस्टिगेशन चल रही है, तो पहले तो उसको मंत्री से ही नहीं हटाया गया, उसको मंत्री बना के रखा गया, फिर वो जेल के अंदर बैठ के उगराई का काम करता है।
Sources in Tihar jail also said that contrary to Jain's lawyers claim that he lost 28 kilograms during his time in jail, he has gained 8 kgs during his stay behind the bars. Earlier sources from Jain's side had claimed he had lost 2 kilograms after the jail authorities stopped providing him fruits and vegetables, and a total of 28 kgs during his time in prison. According to the plea filed in court by Jain, who was arrested by the ED in a money laundering case in May, he has been surviving on fruits, vegetables, seeds, dry fruits, dates for the last 6 months. He was purchasing these from his quota of ration, which was provided to all the inmates.
After claiming that a rapist was actually a physiotherapist giving physiotherapy to Satyendar Jain inside jail, which was actually a head massage and a chumpy and a foot massage. Now another video has emerged in which Satyendar Jain can be seen served food which is not from the jail but from outside jail. He is served food by 2 other attendants as if he is in a resort or a restaurant, and there is a variety of delicacies.
25-year-old man allegedly stabbed to death his father, mother, sister and grandmother following a quarrel in southwest Delhi's Palam area. Accused identified as Keshav has been arrested. The deceased has been identified as father Dinesh, mother Darshana, sister Urvashi and grandmother Divana Devi. As Income Tax Department raids continue at the residences of TRS Minister Malla Reddy, his son-in-law, the minister's son, fell sick and was immediately rushed to the local hospital. The TRS Minister Reddy visited the hospital and claimed his elder son was in pain after he was assaulted during raids. In a video that's emerged, TRS MLA was seen catching the collar of a government official in Telangana. Reportedly, the TRS MLA was angry after he was invited late for school's inauguration. Before he arrived, Zilla Parishad chairman inaugurated the school by cutting ribbons. Days after the Mangaluru blast, Karnataka Home Minister DGP visited the site. Investigating officer briefed the DGP and Home Minister over the blast and took them through the CCTV footage. This comes after alleged terror links have become the focus in the probe. C.V. Ananda Bose took oath as the new governor of West Bengal. Bose, who was named the new governor on November 17, took oath as the Raj Bhavan. Now, the new governor was administered the oath by the Chief Justice of the High Court, and Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee and other dignitaries were also present at the site.
I, Dr. C.V. Anand Bose, do swear in the name of God that I will faithfully execute the office of the Governor of West Bengal and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect and defend the Constitution and the law, and that I will devote myself to the service and well-being of the people of West Bengal.
West Bengal government employees took to the streets of Kolkata this afternoon demanding increment in their allowance. Violent protests broke out between the protesters and the police who were deployed to control them. The protesters were pushed, dragged and detained, all for demanding DA. Massive fire has broken out in Assam-Nagaland border. Over 200 houses have been gutted in the fire that broke out this afternoon. Although sources of the fire is yet to be ascertained why the fire happened, but fire tenders were rushed to the spot to contain it. Election Commission has asked the two factions of Shiv Sena-led Eknath Shinde and Uddhav Thackeray to submit documents by November 23rd to claim the party's name and symbol. The Commission will assign the date for a hearing once the documents from both the factions are submitted. While addressing a public rally in Morbi, UP CM Yogi Adityanath expressed his condolences to the families who lost their dear ones in the Morbi bridge collapse on October 30th. Yogi recalled the unfortunate incident that took several lives that night.
मोरबी का इतिहास रहा है, चुनौतियों से जूझते हुए खड़ा होने की, चाहे वह 1979 के ब्रिज के टूटने की घटना हो या साइक्लोन से उभर करके फिर से जीवंतता के साथ आगे बढ़ने का, या भूकंप के दौरान भुज और मोरबी के अंदर हुए नुकसान को समय से पूरा करते हुए खड़े होकर के फिर से जीवंतता की एक नई कहानी कहने का।
Massive fire broke out at a godown near Dhaneshwar in Jajpur, Odisha. Now, the cause of the fire is yet to be ascertained. However, no casualties have been reported so far. Gujarat election campaigns went on in full swing as BJP National President JP Nadda addressed a public rally in Gujarat this morning. He lauded the work done by the Gujarat government over the years and said that the Gujarat model is the source of the culture of development politics. Supreme Court has announced 4 special benches to conduct proceedings in issues related to criminal matters, direct and indirect taxes, and land acquisitions. Chief Justice of India Chandrachud has now revealed that Justice Surya Kant will be heading the bench dealing with land acquisition matters. Other details of the bench are yet to be known. Gujarat police have arrested 2 persons and seized 75 lakh cash from a car during vehicle checking in Surat. Police sources reveal that these security checks took place amid the upcoming Gujarat Assembly polls. 25-year-old man was arrested for killing an 18-year-old girl at a house in Burel village. Now, sources reveal that the accused, identified as Mohammed Sharik, is now married, was allegedly pressurizing the girl to be with him in an extramarital affair. An unidentified man with mental retardation climbed the Habra Bridge this evening, creating panic and chaos among the people. He was finally rescued and brought down after prolonged efforts by the police and the fire brigade. 2 blasts went off near the bus stops in Jerusalem, killing 1 person and injuring at least 14. One of the blasts went off near a bus stop on the edge of the city where commuters usually crowd waiting for buses. The apparent attacks came as Israeli-Palestinian tensions are high. Shooting at a Walmart in Virginia left several people dead and wounded. However, the exact numbers was not known immediately. It said that the shooter was among the dead. Local television showed police cars with flashing lights in the night, yellow tape around the parking lot. Meanwhile, the police found multiple dead people and several injured in the store. Cops put rescue and tactical teams together to go inside to attend to the victims. The cops believe that the shooting had stopped when the police arrived.
10:12 p.m. Tuesday evening, we responded here to the Walmart on Sam's Drive for a report of a shooting. Once the initial officers first got here, they quickly realized that it was an active threat type situation, so we kind of switched our tactics to an active threat response and kind of went that motion. Several other officers, many other officers also responded. Parts of members of our fire department responded. We did basically like a tactical entrance and movement in the building.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky welcomed a new round of funding from the US and the European Union, totaling a combined of $7 billion. He said that the package from Brussels supplied 2.5 billion euros, while 4.5 billion from Washington was coming soon. Ukrainian officials handed over the bodies of 33 soldiers recovered from Russia to their families. The bodies of Russian servicemen were sent from a special storage facility to Kharkiv to be exchanged for the bodies of Ukrainian servicemen. New Zealand's central bank hiked interest rates by a record amount as it tries to get inflation under control. Reserve Bank of New Zealand increased its benchmark rate by 0.75 of a point to around 4.25%. It's the first time the bank has raised rates by more than half point since the introduction of the official cash rate in the year 1999.
The committee decided today to increase the official cash rate from 3.5% to 4.25%, so a 75 basis point increase. The committee agreed that the OCR needs to reach a higher level and sooner than previously indicated to ensure that inflation returns to within its target range over the medium term.
Indonesian workers and residents assess the damage in West Java after 5.6 magnitude earthquake killed at least 268 people. More than 1,000 people were injured in tremors on the island of Java and many remain missing. A new construction of the world's only supersized, three-dimensional, asymmetric swivel bridge of Kaobao Road Expressway. Now it has been completed, a large-scale swivel docking of around 4 railway lines, 7 railway tracks in Shanghai. The success of this challenge set a number of world records. Taiwan's Foreign Minister Joseph said that Taiwanese voters will factor China into their voting decisions whenever China tries to intensify its interference in Taiwan's election periods. He added that it is only possible that China is being very busy dealing with its own domestic problems. He also concluded by saying that China's disinformation campaign is persisting. Employees at the world's biggest Apple iPhone factory have been beaten and detained in protest over contract disputes amid antivirus controls. Thousands of people in masks facing many rows of police in white protective suits with plastic riot shields can be spotted. The company headquartered in Taipei did not immediately respond to a request for information about the situation. Cristiano Ronaldo is confirmed to leave Manchester United by mutual agreement with immediate effect. Now, Ronaldo has been subject to intense criticism over his recent interview with British journalist Piers Morgan. In the interview, Ronaldo has criticized the club over a number of issues. Manchester United's owners have now said that they are ready to sell the club, potentially ending 17 acrimonious years of ownership by the Glazer family. Weeks of turbulence appear to have come to an end when United assured and announced that Ronaldo's contract had been terminated by mutual agreement to bring to an end his second spell at Old Trafford. Morocco held around 2018 World Cup runners-up Croatia to a 0-0 draw. Luka Modric had more of the ball but failed to break down the Morocco defense. The Morocco players fought till the last minute to, in fact, draw out the match. 2014 World Cup winners Germany will take center stage with a square-off against Japan at the Khalifa International Stadium. The Germans will be determined to overcome the horrors of the 2018 World Cup, where they shockingly crashed out of the group stage. Injured South Korean captain Son Heung-min joined training on Wednesday as his side prepares for the Group H World Cup opener against two-time winners Uruguay. The two will face off at Education City Stadium. Carlos Queiroz men trained on Wednesday ahead of their second group match at the World Cup against Wales on Friday. Iran's players stood in silence during their country's national anthem ahead of their 6-2 World Cup loss to England last Monday. Poland coach has defended his star player Robert Lewandowski after the forward second half penalty attempt was saved by Mexico goalkeeper, leaving Poland to settle for a 0-0 draw at the World Cup. Tiger Woods is making a bigger impact off the course than inside the ropes, and he was rewarded with a $15 million bonus from the PGA Tour's Player Impact Program. Woods won the award for the second straight year while playing slightly more often. Mikal Bridges and Devin Booker each scored 25 points to lead the Phoenix Suns to a win over Los Angeles Lakers on Tuesday night. Suns, playing without point guard Chris Paul for the 7th straight game, have beaten the Lakers 5 straight times in regular season play. And the 2024 T20 World Cup will be played in a different format in which 20 participating countries will be divided into 4 groups of 5 teams each, and the first round will be followed by Super 8 stage. As host, the West Indies and the USA take up the first 2 spots.
Thousands of employees at the world's biggest Apple iPhone factory hit the streets over COVID restrictions and contract. Videos on social media show how police in white protective suits with plastic riot shields assaulted the protesters in the central city of Zhengzhou. One person was hit in the head with a club and another was taken away with his arms held behind his back. Another video showed a group of around a dozen police surrounding one person and being beaten to the ground with sticks. The factory operator at Foxconn Technology Group said it was using closed-loop management, which refers to employees living at their workplace with no outside contact. Protests have flared as the number and the severity of the outbreak has risen across China, prompting authorities in areas including Beijing, the capital, to close neighborhoods and impose other restrictions that residents say go beyond what the national government allows. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Burning question.
Republic accesses Shraddha's complaint letter. This is dated November the 23rd of 2020. This letter proves that Shraddha had warned of Aftab's rage.
माँ बाप ने आके उनको मतलब समझाया था दोनों को भी, और अभी उसकी कोई तकरार नहीं है ऐसा करके उसने रिटर्न स्टेटमेंट दिया था.
The Maharashtra police say Shraddha's complaint retracted after she was convinced by Aftab's parents. The big question remains, did inaction on Shraddha's letter with certain chilling revelations lead to this gruesome murder? In more news, it's a new tape of Satyendar Jain in Tihar dismissing his claim of no good food in the jail. Just look at this video on your screens. He's actually enjoying a hearty meal.
कोई झूठे सच्चे वीडियो लाते रहेंगे.
That is the Aam Aadmi Party that remains in a denial mode, says will not sack Satyendar Jain, come what may. And the Assam government holds a key meet in the national capital. Cabinet approves a CBI investigation in the firing incident. A very good evening. Thank you for staying with us here on Republic. I'm Deepthi Sachdeva. The show is called The Burning Question. And we have a lot of questions tonight. Those questions go out to the investigators. The questions go out to the Maharashtra cops. The questions actually go out to all of us today. Do remember Shraddha Walker. That's a case that Republic has tracked very, very closely. And this letter that you have seen all through today on Republic is a letter that you can also read on republicworld.com. And this is in more ways than one the death warrant written by Shraddha herself, detailing what she went through. She actually goes to the cops in the November of 2020 and she tells them that I fear for my life. Aftab is threatening me, he's abusing me, he's even blackmailing me. But then nothing happens. The reason why today Shraddha is no more. Shraddha is scattered in 35 pieces. And what do the cops say? The cops say, we couldn't do anything, we were helpless because Shraddha took her complaint back in exactly 20 days. But what happened in these 20 days? Shraddha has a chat with her ex-boss where she details this account, and not just this. Shraddha even lands up in the hospital. That's a story that all of you are aware of. But for the very first time, this letter is the proof of the kind of assault Shraddha was subjected to. She foresaw her death. She foresaw that Aftab is going to chop her into pieces. Before we get your reactions to the police and before we actually get down deep into the debate and understand what has gone wrong, who's accountable, Shraddha's father is breaking his silence for the very first time following this expose. Sit back and listen to what a distraught father today has to say.
सर, ये जो लेटर सामने आया है जिसमें वो कह रही है कि वो मुझे टुकड़े टुकड़े कर देगा या ये सारी जो चीज़ें हैं, और आफ्ताब के माता पिता जो है उनको भी पता था ये सारी बातें, उसको लेकर के आपको क्या लगता है, कहीं तो नेग्लिजेंस है क्या पुलिस का जो एफआईआर नहीं रजिस्टर किया उस दौरान और 20 दिन के बाद जो है वो केस वापस ले लिया गया?
इसमें पहली बात तो बनती है पुलिस को इन्फॉर्म करने की, पुलिस माँ बेटे के पेरेंट्स को इन्फॉर्म करने की
जी।
तब सिर्फ वो बेटे के पेरेंट्स को बुलाया गया शायद, ऐसा मुझे लग रहा है। अभी उनको पता थी, मतलब उनको बुलाया गया होगा
जी,
तो मुझे क्यों नहीं बुलाया गया तब?
कहीं ना कहीं नेग्लिजेंस है आपको लगता है? और मेडिकल टेस्ट भी नहीं कराया गया था श्रद्धा?
मेडिकल टेस्ट नहीं हुआ जी, मेडिकल टेस्ट भी नहीं हुआ। उसके पेरेंट्स को अगर ये सब बातें मालूम हो गई तो उन्होंने भी नहीं इन्फॉर्म किया। नहीं, मतलब मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है कि इसमें सब इनकी सबकी गलतियां हैं।
तो आपको जिस प्रकार से अभी केस प्रोसीड कर रहा है उस लिहाज से आपको लगता है कि आफ्ताब पूनावाला के पेरेंट्स को भी दोषी बनाना चाहिए?
जी, मैंने तो वही पहले दिन से बोला है कि उनकी भी इंक्वायरी होनी ही चाहिए, सबकी इंक्वायरी होनी चाहिए, उसके भाई की भी होनी चाहिए
जी। एक सवाल और ये भी है विकास जी कि उस दौरान जिन पुलिस वालों ने केस लेने से या केस नहीं किया है उस प्रकार से एक्शन नहीं लिए, तो इन अधिकारियों पे कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए, इनको निलंबित करना चाहिए आपको लगता है? और आपको ऐसा लगता है क्या कि इस मामले को लेकर के कहीं ना कहीं करप्शन भी है पुलिस का, कि 20 दिन बाद 26 दिन में जो है मैटर सॉल्व हो जाता है? और श्रद्धा ने तो लिखित रूप से ये लिख कर दिया है कि आफ्ताब के पेरेंट्स के आग्रह पे उसने जो है वो कंप्लेंट वापस लिया है।
वही तो लिखित कंप्लेंट दी, मतलब उनका फर्ज बनता है कि उसके ऊपर कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए
जी।
उसमें अगर कार्रवाई नहीं होती है तो दोनों के पेरेंट्स को इन्फॉर्म करना चाहिए। अगर उसने रिवर्स किया है, वो बात अभी बता रहे हैं, तो उसका प्रूफ क्या है रिवर्स की है तो वो सब इंक्वायरी होनी चाहिए उसकी सब।
आपको लगता है पुलिस की मिली भगत थी इसमें?
मैं अभी नहीं बोल सकता क्योंकि ये बात तो आज मुझे पता चल रही है
जी।
So Shraddha said in the letter, Aftab is abusing me, beating me. Shraddha says Aftab made attempts to kill me. Shraddha also says, Karan, Brinda, PK Jain and Shilpi, that Aftab has been assaulting me for the last 6 months. Not just this. She even goes on to say that Aftab's parents are aware that he tried to kill me. He's blackmailing me. He's threatening me. In spite of this, PK Jain Saab, as I say good evening to all of you right now, I want to understand, sir, from you, because you're the former additional DGP of the state of Maharashtra, why did we let Shraddha die?
See, Deepti, in many of these cases, the complaint is lost at the heat of the moment. Subsequently, they do patch up. In this case, it was a live-in relationship. Shraddha had all the option to walk out of that house and keep pursuing that complaint. But somewhere she also mellowed down and took her complaint back, maybe with the intervention of the accused parents. But she did take it back. As I said, it's a question of had she persisted in her complaint, I'm sure some action would have been taken, due offense would have been registered. But a complaint was lodged, and then she withdrew it, and there was no FIR in this case. It happens in many cases. So the police, it does not happen that the police immediately a case comes and they register a case. Even the Supreme Court gives us a time about 15 days to inquire into a case and then take whatever action is needed. And during this time, summons are always sent to the other party. They are called, their version is heard, and then only some action is taken. Now, unfortunately, this has culminated into whatever he had threatened in that letter. So I would not like to, place the blame squarely on the police officer. But even those 20 days, if no action was taken by the police whatsoever, if the non-applicant, that is Aftab, or his parents had not been called, I can understand there was a mistake on the part of the police. But if that action was taken, and during that process, if Shraddha had withdrawn her complaint, or she had said that the matter is now, she is taking her complaint back, for whatever reasons, the police has no reason to pursue it any further. So let us very clearly understand the application inquiry in such a case. The legal luminaries may differ with me. We keep on getting lakhs of such applications every year. Listen to me, Deepti. We keep on getting lakhs of applications every year.
That is true.
Now, if an offence is registered, if an offence is registered in each and every case, the police will not be able to function at all. So there is a system which is provided under the law and the rules that an inquiry has to be made. And if during the course of inquiry, the person withdraws the complaint, which happens in many cases, the case is simply filed. Now, she never walked out of the relationship. If she thought that there was a genuine threat to her life, she should have walked out. She was an independent girl. She had her own means of income. There was no reason why she would be sticking around. She was not even married to this man. She was only in a live-in relationship. For whatever it is worth. Yeah, please come in.
PK Jain, sir. Karan, I know you want to come in, but I want to take this directly first to Brinda and to Shilpi. And, I also want to say something. It's really easy today because we don't have Shraddha amongst us anymore to say she could have walked out of the relationship. But Brinda, what happens in such cases? PK Jain, I agree with Jain sir when he says that, listen, we get lakhs of such cases. For how long can you, have a surveillance, a protection officer on everyone? But how often do we have cases that are as serious as this, where in this letter, which is handwritten, a letter that is, stamped by the police, she goes on to say that if any physical damage comes to me, Aftab is responsible because he wants to kill me and he can hurt me in absolutely any manner. And we all know, Brinda, that the kind of system, the kind of times we live in, complainants are forced to take their complaints back. Whether it's domestic violence, it's the Dowry Act, we all know this. But does this mean we can have n number of Shraddhas because we'll be forced to take back their complaints? So why are we even complaining? Why are we even talking about this, Brinda?
First and foremost, I think the police person must be knowing that all cases do not come to the police station in the first instance. Mostly it is always arbitrations and compromises with friends, with family, with whoever it might be. When it becomes very serious, the police station, sir, is almost the last resort for several women. Almost 95% of women come to the police station as a last resort. Please keep that in mind. A. B. Lakhs of cases are coming, then you can understand the gravity of this problem. Domestic violence, you're talking about lakhs of cases that come, is not coming there on emotional basis. They are coming there as a last resort, thinking that police can do something because the assumption, presumption that police will protect the women. And because they assume now that it is a crime, it is no longer a fight and argument between husband and wife. And you are also brushing it off and saying that she should have moved out of it because she was not even married, which means you're saying the other lakhs of cases cannot move out of those relationships because they continue to be married. So I have a lot of problems with all of these various phrases that you have used. But when she has made a very clear-cut letter that her life is in danger, then should you not have registered an FIR? Attempt to murder, threatening to cut me up. Should you not have, based on whatever her complaints have been, when I say you, I'm talking about police in general, sent this case for an MLC? A medico-legal case is something that should have been registered. The hospital authorities, the doctors over there, the medical practitioners should have at least made a case history that the bruises on her body, whatever is there on her body, is a result of somebody beating her, her live-in relationship only partner, but that person beating her. She didn't get it on her own. All of this amounts to crime. You should have registered it that, not taken it as a domestic violence case alone.
Yes. And Brinda, before I come to Shilpi, and I know Karan also wants to come in, there is an entire sequence of events, and I think Jain Saab, the police will do well to actually tell us more about this kind of evidence and the timeline. Between the 23rd of November, where Shraddha goes to the police station at Vasai, Karan and Shilpi and Brinda, and the 19th of December, PK Jain Saab, where she actually takes her complaint back. Did the police try to figure out what happened? Because in the meantime, on the 24th, and we have our graphics for that, so I'll just request our producers to put that on the screen so that our viewers are able to understand the story better. And this is exactly why the timeline is so important, Brinda, in the case. 23rd, she writes this letter. On the 24th, she's having a chat with her ex-boss, PK Jain Saab, where she's speaking about making rounds to the police station. She says that I have low BP because of this beating. She says, I don't have the energy to even get up from my bed. That is what she said, Brinda, on the 24th. Fast forward to the next 5 days. Shraddha is in the hospital in Vasai. She is there for exactly 4 days, PK Jain Saab. I want to know, did the cops even try to verify what happened in those 20 days? Did the sequence of events, did that image of Shraddha, who's bruised, she has a strangulation mark on her neck, and I'm requesting my team to put out that image of Shraddha, because that's an image that is haunting all of us, plus this letter, PK Jain Saab. How is it that the police has zero accountability and the police will not give us any answers? Jain Saab.
Clear about it, Deepthi. If it was that serious a case that the girl had been beaten very badly, and if she was carrying all those telltale marks, there was no reason for the concerned police officer to launch an inquiry. He should have registered a case.
So that image is on the screens. There are no ifs and buts, sir. That image is on the screen. When Shraddha came to withdraw her complaint, I want to understand, did the police even verify or speak to her that what happened? Why are you taking your complaint back? Or did they satisfy themselves that everything is fine, so, we can just let Shraddha be?
No, what I'm saying is on 24th of November, I'm talking of 24th of November itself, Deepthi, on that day itself, if the case was that serious. See, you are putting up these images. I've seen these images on the TV earlier. I was not sure whether it is these were the photographs of 24th of November when she was beaten. But I'm categorically stating that if the things were so bad, if she was carrying all those telltale marks, if there was a strangulation mark on her neck, on her throat. There was no reason why the police officer should not have acted. If he has not acted, he is certainly guilty and he should be proceeded against. There are no two thoughts
But they
about
did not
it.
act,
Number one.
Jain
Number two.
Saab. I mean,
number two,
there is no doubt. They did not act. They did not act. Shilpi.
In that case,
Okay,
they are responsible.
Okay.
Number one. Number
Complete
two,
your
when
point,
I said lakhs of cases every year, I did not mean only cases of domestic violence. I'm talking of the applications which are received by the police. I was talking of that. And the third thing is that between this case and her death, about 6 months ago or whatever time it was, in the next 1.5 years, also they were living together, and I don't know whether there was any further complaint or not. So if at all on 24th of November, this was the condition, the police officer should have acted, should have registered a case and taken it to its logical end. But it was not done. If it was not done and the police are not answering anything, they are accountable, they are responsible. They must be held accountable for that. I have no two qualms about it. I'm not trying to protect anybody who is delinquent in his duties. But I was only telling you the normal course of action which happens in such cases, that there are differences in the live-in partners, in husband and wife. And after a few days, they come, patch up and come back to the police station saying that she wants to withdraw the complaint, or whoever is the affected party. It doesn't happen one way. In a case of domestic harassment.
Jain sir, with all respect, sir, with all respects, I again disagree. Because Brinda, there is a sense from the cops. Earlier also we were speaking to a lot of former cops who normalize this kind of a violence. And Shilpi, we have a problem with this, because just think, Shraddha was someone who's from the city, who's from a city like Mumbai. She's traveled all over. She's educated. She had the means. In spite of that, she takes all the courage to go to the cops to file a complaint, with those bruise marks, with those strangulation marks. Imagine what is the message today going out to tons of Shraddhas who can't speak up, who can't go to a police station. What's the message, Shilpi, going out to them?
I will begin by saying this country desperately needs a complete police reform, complete police overhaul. We have to begin from the bottom. There is no other way. You see, the implementation of law in our country is left to the lowest rung officials. If you open the website of Delhi Police, a 10th pass or a 12th pass can qualify to be a police officer. The investigation of such cases is left to either an ASI or a SI who may be only a 12th pass. We have a combination of cops who are investigating such cases who are incompetent, inefficient, low caliber, drenched in corruption, and absolutely zero accountability. This was a case where there was imminent threat to this girl, to her life. It requires immediate registration of FIR. After Nirbhay, there were some amendments in the criminal law, one of them being when there are offenses against women and the police does not register FIR immediately, the police officer can be imprisoned with 6 months. But Nirbhay is now, I think, almost a decade, and there has, to my knowledge, not been a single case where the police officer has been held accountable. Even I have experienced cases where my clients go to police station with complaints of rape and the police looks the other way. When the law is that 6 months punishment, but the problem is that our system is such that police is not expected to be accountable. They are never held accountable for their inaction. And we need a complete overhaul in the appointments. The police officer must be minimum a graduate so that he has at least a basic knowledge and some maturity. You give a 12th pass, a wife, a wireless phone, a danda, and the power gets into his head. He is zero competence and misuse of power at all levels. He's drenched in corruption. And of course, one thing I agree with Mr. Jain,
Shilpi, we don't even know what to call this. That is why we at Republic are asking how many killers of Shraddha. Is it only Aftab who killed Shraddha? It's also the system, isn't that, Karan? But before I come to you with your permission, because Shilpi has spoken about the cops in the case, and PK Jain Saab, I think we must listen into what we heard from the DCP of Vasai zone. This is the DCP of Vasai Virar, who's speaking after the entire revelation, after the letter. And look at the absolute casual manner, Brinda and Shilpi, that you will hear this gentleman speak up. He's a cop under whose watch you have such cases that continue to pass by, and police से क्या करते हैं? आपस में बैठते हैं, compromise करा लेते हैं. That is the common language, compromise करा लेते हैं. But today Shraddha is no more. And do the cops take their accountability? Let's listen into what we heard.
इस मामले में जो भी ज़रूरी कार्रवाई करनी थी वो कार्रवाई पुलिस की तरफ से की गई है। जो अर्जी दी गई थी, अर्जी के ऊपर में जांच हुई है। जांच के बाद में खुद जो कंप्लेनेंट ने लिखित बयान दिया है कि उसकी अब कोई कंप्लेंट या तकरार रही नहीं है और जो उसका जो ये था फ्रेंड था, उसके फ्रेंड के माँ बाप ने आके उनको मतलब समझाया था दोनों को भी, और अभी उसकी कोई तकरार नहीं है, ऐसा करके उसने रिटर्न स्टेटमेंट दिया था, और जिसके चलते वो मतलब वहीं पे वो क्लोज हो गया।
तो सबको समझा दिया है, किसी को कोई गिला शिकवा नहीं है, is what PK Jain साहब, this DCP says. But before I get you to comment on this, Karan, what do we do today? The father of Shraddha is asking that, listen, when my daughter filed this complaint, why wasn't I intimated? Isn't it the cops' duty to speak to the parents, to get them into confidence, to at least tell them that, listen, this is what your daughter is facing?
You know, Deepthi, I heard Jain Saab speak very patiently. But let me tell him this, that he kept on saying there are lakhs of such cases that come. Sir, this is not just a number. Today, we've lost a precious life. So let's not be insensitive by saying we get lakhs of such cases on a daily basis. That's number one. Number two, we cannot absolve the complete brazen dereliction of duty by the police here. They have not even bothered to do a preliminary investigation, a medical checkup of the condition this woman is in. She is writing, she's making a plea that there is a serious threat to my life and I might just be chopped. And they do not even do a basic preliminary investigation. And Sir tries to defend them here. I think it's brazen, and the collective constables and everyone who's there at the Vasai Virar police station, their heads should hang in shame and heads should roll today. Deepthi, I don't just stop at the police here.
And what about the netas, no, Karan? Because what happens?
I'm coming to that.
See, there is a pattern. We've seen this. We've seen this in all cases, Vrinda and Shilpi. You will agree with me. It's not just about the cops.
Just let me complete.
The cops can take a back seat because they know nothing will happen. Unless you have heads that roll, unless you have accountability, Vrinda and Shilpi, that's fixed from the top to bottom, nothing happens. Isn't that true, PK Jain sir? Otherwise, tell me something. Why would a DCP say, हमने तो जांच कर ली थी. अगर आपने जांच की तो आपको ये तस्वीर नजर नहीं आई, आपको श्रद्धा नजर नहीं आई, आपको ये नहीं पता चला that she was admitted to a hospital. Either they don't care or they know that they can act with impunity because nothing will happen to them. Jain sir.
See, as I said, I am not trying to defend anybody by saying that there should be no action at all. In fact, I would like to inform everybody on the panel and the public in general that one of the largest numbers of punishments are doled out in the police department in the government. Let me tell you that. You'll probably, the figures will speak for themselves. So saying that the heads should roll and all that is all a very good emotional appeal. The heads do roll wherever they deserve to roll. In this case, if there was no inquiry, if the police officer had behaved in a very insensitive manner, which I think the DCP has said, then obviously there'll be no action unless there's something else comes out. But if the officer had not taken any action and
you saying there'll be no action?
Just like that,
Jain sir, did you just say there'll be no action? No action against the cops. Did you just say that, sir?
Did not even do a preliminary inquiry. Sir, please.
How do you know that? Are you aware of it?
What has he done?
Are you aware of it? You're not even aware what the police had done. See, making a see what normally happens.
But what is the inquiry they would have done, sir? That's exactly what I'm trying to tell you. If you just piece together the sequence of events in the next 20 days, following Shraddha going to the police station till Vrinda the time that she takes her complaint back. She's gone to a hospital. She was admitted to the hospital for 4 days. She has bruise marks. She has strangulation marks. So how did the police not see all this, or did they not even visit Shraddha at all?
Deepthi, we are all concentrating on the 20 days alone. Please mind it, after those 20 days, she was still in that relationship for the next 1.5 years.
Sir, those 20 days
if the things would have been that serious,
so she is to be blamed. Is that so?
I am sure she would have taken the things forward. 1.5 years she was staying with the same man, even after that complaint and withdrawal of complaint. Now today this
Sir, you are the
unfortunate
former
incident has
additional
happened.
DGP of the state of Maharashtra, and
1.5 years after that,
it's
the so-called
unfortunate.
withdrawal
Isn't
of
it
complaint, 1.5 years she's been staying with the same
that
man.
we hear you speak like this, sir? And
Listen to me, 1.5 years.
I feel sad today that I hear a former top cop speak like this. Shilpi wants to come in quickly. Yes, Shilpi.
Let me just clarify one thing.
Sir,
Mr. Jain
those
will
20
agree
days
that
when the police had to act.
in Indian
Only those
system,
20 days, let's stick to that.
in case of a criminal act, it is considered an offense against the state, not an individual. So even if the individual withdraws a bit, the state is required to provide the complainant a government lawyer free of cost and take up her case, prosecute her case freely, and it's an offense against the state. The other one side is the accused, the other side is versus the state. It's not an individual. So you cannot just blame Shraddha and bring the entire blame around her. It's against the government. When somebody is misusing law or taking liberties, it's the government that has to stand up for the victim, just because the victim may be weak or confused or not.
So where is the government?
It's
people will say, why are we reading politics into this? But Brinda and Shilpi, I think that's exactly the other part of the story, Shilpi. That the government of the day then has not even bothered to speak up. They have not even issued a statement saying we apologize for what happened and we will fix it.
The government here does not mean politicians. It means the police. It means the prosecution authorities. Let me clarify. It's not the executive. It has nothing to do with the politicians. It's with the
political masters,
the police
Shilpi,
and the prosecution.
Do you disagree that political masters of the day have zero command over the state police, because then there is a pattern of such cases.
No,
this
nothing
is
like
the
that.
reaction. In fact, earlier we got from Devendra Fadnavis, the Deputy Chief Minister of the state of Maharashtra, who says now we'll have an inquiry. He says now we'll have an inquiry, Shilpi, as to who's responsible. But can they bring Shraddha back?
This is the
norm. Law and order is the state's responsibility. The Mahavikas Aghadi is also answerable today. Their inaction, they were busy hounding journalists. They were busy targeting people.
Don't make it political.
Karan, that's going to be another tangent. But there is so much to be answered in just the conduct of the police, what they did, what they did not, do, PK Jain Saab. And I will still give you the last word. PK Jain Saab, if this case would have come to you, what would you have done differently today? What can you say to us?
See, in case this girl was battered that badly, an offense would have been registered immediately and it would have been taken to its logical conclusion by getting charge sheeted or by being filed, whichever way it takes place. But in my opinion, I have always in my life held it that the crime against women must get the top priority of the police force. Any action of any offense of eve teasing, starting right from eve teasing to the serious most cases, would get my attention immediately and the offenses would be registered right and proper. So I'm very clear about it. Now, if this action was not taken by the concerned officer for whatever reasons, if an inquiry should be conducted, if he is guilty of anything, any lapses, any dereliction of duty on his part, action should be taken. And if he had launched an inquiry and during the course of inquiry this complaint was withdrawn, then I don't think he would be held accountable for any dereliction of duty on his part. It all depends on the what information the police, the local.
Okay, you for a change used a lot of ifs and buts. Brinda, I'm completely out of time, but I'll still give you the last 10 seconds only, Brinda. Everyone is talking about women empowerment, Nari Shakti, but look at what happens. When a Nari actually reaches a police station with bruise marks, with a strangulation mark, you say samjhauta kar lo, khatam karo case.
Dereliction of duty, yes. Because if she's withdrawing it after 20 days, it was the responsibility of the police to find out why. Was she assigned a protection officer even under the Domestic Violence Protection Act? What did the police do to see that she is safe? Nothing.
The Domestic Violence Act does not fall within the purview of the police department. It is a different department altogether.
No, the police have the responsibility to assign a protection officer to her. Sir,
Please
the
go
police
through
have a
the please go through
responsibility.
the
Okay,
Act.
Brinda,
carefully.
Shilpi, Karan,
Police has no
Jain
role in
Saab.
the
Please
Domestic
read the
Violence
Act.
Act.
We will
The
revisit
police
the
has
story.
no role to
We
play.
will continue to
but they
revisit
have
the story only for what of
responsibility to assign
time.
a protection officer
Till heads
to the
roll,
woman.
till we know
Don't
why the
absolve
cops
yourself.
did not
Police
act
cannot
on this
absolve
letter.
itself.
Shraddha saw her death coming. Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget, Shraddha saw this butchery. She foresaw everything. That she's going to be chopped into pieces and thrown away. Exactly what happened. I thank all of you right now for speaking to me, and I quickly need to get in our colleague Abhishek, because this is also the season of the big Gujarat elections. Abhishek, we are just days away from that big election. As always, Republic setting the news agenda. What are you getting for us?
Absolutely, Deepti. In fact, the last thing we want is politicization of the Shraddha story, so we'll keep a close eye on what's happening there. But on the Gujarat election front, in an interview to Editor-in-Chief Arnab Goswami, Union Home Minister Amit Shah and BJP's Chanakya has debunked the possibility of a triangular contest in Gujarat between the BJP, the Congress, and of course the new entrant, the Aam Aadmi Party. Why would he say that? What's cooking in Gujarat politics? Let's look at this report and then discuss with a very good Gujarat panel on the other side.
केजरीवाल जी ने इस बार हिंदू कार्ड प्ले करने की कोशिश की। उन्होंने पहले कहा था कि मेरा राम किसी की मस्जिद तोड़कर बनाए मंदिर में नहीं बस सकता। ये उनकी स्टेटमेंट थी 2014 में। और इस बार उन्होंने कहा कि जितने हमारे करेंसी नोट है इसमें लक्ष्मी गणेश की जो तस्वीरें हैं वो प्रिंट होनी चाहिए।
देखिए,
क्या वो हिंदू कार्ड प्ले कर रहे हैं, उसका क्या इम्पैक्ट होगा?
कोई किसी भी कार्ड को प्ले करे, अर्नब जी, भारत की जनता और विशेषकर गुजरात की जनता इतनी भूली भाली नहीं है कि एक दो टोचकों से या एक दो स्टेटमेंट से किसी और बह जाए। राजनीति में हर व्यक्ति का अपना एक इतिहास होता है, इसकी विश्वसनीयता बनती है जिसके आधार पर, और एक लंबा कैरियर होता है। आप किस प्रकार की बात करते हो, आपकी आइडियोलॉजी क्या है, आपकी आइडियोलॉजी के मायने क्या है, आपकी आइडियोलॉजी के लक्ष्य क्या है, और इसके क्रियान्वयन के लिए आपने क्या करा। जैसे भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने भारतीय जनसंघ से हम आए, वाया जनता पार्टी भारतीय जनता पार्टी में बने। भारतीय जनता पार्टी से लेकर भारतीय जनसंघ से लेकर भारतीय जनता पार्टी तक हमने कहा था कि हम 370 धारा को जब भी हमें मौका मिलेगा हटाएंगे। एक देश में दो निशान, दो प्रधान, दो विधान नहीं चल सकते, और हमने हटाकर दिखाया। जब पूर्ण बहुमत मिला नरेंद्र भाई के नेतृत्व में, आज धारा 370 और 35 से दोनों समाप्त हो गई, और कश्मीर हमेशा के लिए भारत के साथ जुड़ गया है। तो इससे क्रेडेंशियल बनते हैं। हमने जब से भी राम जन्मभूमि आंदोलन हुआ, हमने क्लियर कट स्टैंड पालमपुर बीजेपी कार्यकारिणी में लिया था कि हम मानते हैं कि वही जगह पे राम मंदिर बनना चाहिए। अब जब नरेंद्र मोदी जी को सारी समस्याओं को सुलझाकर देश की जनता भूमि पूजन करते हुए देखती है, शिलान्यास करते हुए देखती है, तब भरोसा बढ़ता है। हमने कहा था कि हम इस देश में कॉमन सिविल कोड की पैरवी करेंगे, और अगर हम पावर में आते हैं तो इसको लाएंगे। 1950 में कहा था, और आज कॉमन सिविल कोड के लिए भारत के 3 राज्यों ने इनिशिएटिव लिया है। एक चर्चा बहस छिड़ी है, और कुछ ही समय में 3 राज्यों में कॉमन सिविल कोड आपको दिखाई पड़ेगा। हमने कहा था कि किसी भी पंथ निरपेक्ष देश के अंदर धर्म के आधार पर कानून नहीं होने चाहिए। ट्रिपल तलाक को हम समाप्त करेंगे। हमने कर दिखाया है। तो विश्वसनीयता जो होती है व्यक्ति की, पार्टी की, विचारधारा की, वो सिर्फ बोलने से नहीं होती है कर्तृत्व से बनती है। और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पास कर्तृत्व की पूंजी है। हमारे नेतृत्व ने, हमने जो मुद्दे प्रस्तापित किए थे उसको लेकर लंबा सार्वजनिक जीवन में संघर्ष किया, स्वीकृति लाई, जनता का भरोसा जीता, सत्ता प्राप्त करी, और ये सारे मुद्दे आज क्लियर कर दिए।
All right, so what are we discussing? Essentially, the Home Minister of India, because also the fact that he's from Gujarat, he's BJP's Chanakya, reading the tea leaves so far as Gujarat is concerned, and of course he knows the state like the back of his hand, says that it's not going to be triangular contest as some political observers have been maintaining through headlines and comments over the last 1 month, and it's going to be a straight contest between the BJP and the Congress party as it has been over the last almost 3 decades. Joining me on this broadcast, we have Hiren Kotak, spokesperson of Gujarat BJP, joining us live from Ahmedabad. In a bit, I think we're going to get Japan Pathak. He's a political commentator based out of Ahmedabad again. Knows the nerves and veins of Gujarat like a veteran journalist should. And then we have Manasvi Thapar representing the Congress view live from Ahmedabad. And let me begin with Dr. Piyush Joshi, political analyst live from Indore. He leans towards the Aam Aadmi Party. So sort of we will try to understand from him what's going on in Aam Aadmi Party's mind when the Home Minister of the country, who's BJP's Chanakya and comes from Gujarat, says that Aam Aadmi Party is not a factor in Gujarat. Piyush Joshi, despite whatever histrionics and whatever, the pictures that you are projecting or trying to project with all those rallies in the state. Piyush Joshi.
Well, Mr. Shah, I think, spoke as a senior leader of the Bharatiya Janata Party rather than speaking as the Home Minister of the country. That's fine with him, because that was a political interview and he has every right to count or discount any other political party. What we are working is pretty apparent, and what we are working on, that is also pretty apparent on the streets of Gujarat. The people have started getting connected with the Aam Aadmi Party for few reasons. On one particular statement, I heard it's an interesting phrase he used, कि भाजपा के पास करतूतों की लंबी पूंजी है. Kartoot is an interesting phrase to use. I wouldn't go whether it is karm or kartoot. So let's just discount it at that. Aam Aadmi Party definitely has its credibility. And how does the Aam Aadmi Party derive its credibility? It derives its credibility because Arvind Kejriwal, before forming the government in Delhi, promised that he is going to give 700 liters water per day free to the people of Delhi. He did that. He has promised that he is going to give 200 units of electricity free of cost. He did that. The same thing he did in Punjab. He promised that he is going to open Mohalla clinic and improve and strengthen the primary healthcare system in the state of Delhi. He did that. So there are so many things. He promised that he is going to go and doorstep and form an institution for doorstep delivery. He did that. There are a few promises on which still, like the Yamuna cleaning and everything, all these things they are still in the pipeline. And,
Piyush Joshi, understood. Okay, Piyush Joshi.
So that's where the Aam
you made
Aadmi
your opening
Party
comment. Essentially what you're saying is, Piyush Joshi, that the Aam Aadmi Party is projecting the Delhi model, Mohalla clinics, the Punjab model, Bhagwant Singh Maan, as the Chief Minister, and that's something which is going to attract the voter in Gujarat.
Yeah.
Okay, let Bajpai speak for itself. We have Hiren Kotak of the BJP. In a while, we'll have Japan Pathak as a political analyst. But since we have a BJP representative, let Hiren Kotak respond to that. Hiren Kotak, BJP, according to the view from Aam Aadmi Party, of course, Piyush Joshi only represents or leans towards the Aam Aadmi Party. Represents the Aam Aadmi Party view, not essentially of the party per se officially, because the party does not send its representatives. Hiren Kotak, ये कह रहे हैं आम आदमी पार्टी के जो मोहल्ला क्लिनिक मॉडल है दिल्ली का, एजुकेशन का, फ्रीबी का, फ्री में बिजली देने का, वो गुजरात की जनता को बहुत आकर्षित कर रहा है, इसलिए आम आदमी पार्टी फैक्टर है. अमित भाई भारतीय जनता पार्टी के वरिष्ठ नेता होने के नाते कहे होंगे कि आम आदमी पार्टी फैक्टर नहीं है, पर जमीन पर है. आप देखते हैं ऐसा जमीन पे से वहां पे अहमदाबाद से?
देखिए, गुजरात से आप गुजरात को दो तरह से जानते हैं. एक डेवलपमेंट मॉडल के लिए, क्योंकि 12 साल से जो डेवलपमेंट यहाँ हुआ है वो पूरे देश में फैला है, और देश में फैलने का सिर्फ एक ही कारण नहीं था कि गुजरात के मुख्यमंत्री ने कहा था या भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने कहा था. गुजरात में जितने लोग यहाँ दूसरे राज्यों से आते थे उन सब ने यहाँ विकास देखा और उसका अनुभव भी किया, और यहाँ मिलने वाली उनको रोजी रोटी का भी उन्होंने अनुभव किया और वो पूरे देश को बताया. जब गुजरात इतना विकसित है और जब गुजरात में उद्योग यानी व्यापार यानी बिजनेसमैन की संख्या सबसे ज्यादा और सबसे सफल है, तो इन लोगों को ये भी पता है कौन सा मॉडल क्या है. तो गुजरात के लोग दिल्ली बहुत आते जाते रहते हैं, और मैं भी बहुत आता जाता रहता हूँ. मैंने वहां आके देखा जी,
6 साल में 14 बार पेपर लीक हुए साहब.
अच्छा, मैं अपनी बात कर लूं. ये आप जैसे बता रहे हैं पॉलिटिकल एनालिस्ट है, तो फिर अगर मेरी बात उनको नहीं काटनी चाहिए. जहां मैं एक बात कर लूं फिर वो जरूर अपनी बात बताए. सिंपल इतना कहना है कि गुजरात के लोगों ने और मैंने खुद ने भी वही मॉडल देखा है जिसके बारे में ढोल पीटे जाते थे और लाखों करोड़ों रुपए लोगों के बर्बाद किए जाते थे होर्डिंग्स बनाने में और एडवर्टाइजमेंट देने के लिए। तो उसके बावजूद भी वो मॉडल जो है वो एक्सपोज हो गया और गुजरात के सभी लोगों को आज पता है कि वो जो पूरा का पूरा जो मॉडल बनाया गया दिल्ली का या पंजाब का, दोनों फेल है। और जहाँ की जो शिक्षा की हालत की बात करें, अगर हम वहां पर बिजली की बात करें, वाकई में स्थिति बहुत खराब है, ये लोगों को पता है और सुख का अनुभव इनको यहाँ पर है। इसीलिए गुजरात की सरकार भरोसे की सरकार।
चलिए, गुजरात की सरकार आपके हिसाब से भरोसे की सरकार है। आज जपन पाठक has in fact joined Manasvi. You know, I would want it a straight. Okay. You know, Piyush Joshi, you have got your opening comments. Let me include others as well. Let it be a straight contest now between Japan Pathak and Manasvi Thapar. You know, first I'll come to Japan Pathak. Japan, you see, Amit Bhai is saying that Aam Aadmi Party is not a factor. It is a straight contest between the Congress and the BJP. As a political observer, one would have thought that if the Aam Aadmi Party becomes a bit of a factor in Gujarat and the vote gets split between the Congress and the AAP, perhaps the BJP stands to benefit. Why is he making a straight contest between the Congress and the BJP?
No, because that is the fact, Abhishek. If you see, there are 5 to 10 seats where we can say that AAP candidates are in real contest. So few seats in Surat, somewhere in Saurashtra. But barring these 5 to 7 or 5 to 10 seats, some say 5 to 10, I say 5 to 7 or maybe 5. AAP is actually not in contest. I mean, if you see the contest as for win or lose, it is not in contest. Maybe it can get some percentage of votes. But that percentage of votes, every time, even if some independent is powerful, they get, NCP get 3-4 seats, BSP and SP regularly contest in Gujarat, and they also garner votes. So if we count seat number wise, that how many seats Aam Aadmi Party is going to get, then they are just in contest in some 4-5 seats. That also not due to AAP, but because those candidates represent parties are under agitation, which was very prevailing in those areas in 2015 to 2017. And therefore, even if these parties are agitation people, they form some party called PAS, some outfit called PAS, and contest the seats in Surat. Even then they are in contest. But at rest of the places, it's just a game of percentages.
Understood. So I'll come to percentages little later, but let me get the opening comments from Manasvi. Manasvi, you know, since you are representing the Congress view, I think more than any other Congress leader in this campaign, you must be most satisfied with what Amit Shah has said today, that the Congress party is in a straight contest with the BJP in Gujarat. I don't see it. I don't know if Japan Bhai sees it. You know, as a political observer who has, you know, has had an eye on Gujarat for a while, I don't see Congress party in contest anywhere. We have not seen any big rallies. The first time Rahul Gandhi comes to Gujarat in last almost 6 months perhaps and more is yesterday, and fleetingly so. And then on the ground, whatever reports I get, the Congress campaign is absolutely invisible. Manasvi, how are you in a straight contest with the BJP, even if Amit Shah of the BJP says so?
If I go by your question and understanding, so Amit Shah is wrong. That could be one of the understanding. That's okay. And Abhishek, you have covered Gujarat more than any journalist would have covered Gujarat. You have been there on ground. But the reality of the matter is not that 100%.
You should be wanting Amit Shah to be right. Arey Manasvi, you should be wanting Amit Shah to be right.
Yeah, Abhishek, let me make my statement. So the reality is BJP is in a tough competition because there is an anti-BJP force which is going to be fighting the election, and BJP have had miserable years. In the last 5 years, we have seen 2 chief ministers change. In the last 7 years, we have seen 3 chief ministers change. And apart from this, what Morbi tragedy did, the kind of unemployment there in Gujarat, farmers are not happy. COVID crisis led to the chief minister, not only the chief minister, but the entire cabinet to be changed. All these have been factors. Though Aam Aadmi Party is one of the factors, there is a Congress vote bank which is an intact vote bank which is going for Congress, and there is going to be a tough competition with the new vote bank, the young vote bank, the first time voters which hope as Aam Aadmi Party is going to be an alternative. Right now, it is very difficult to say that BJP is winning comfortably, though the optics from one part of the political angle could be the vote of Congress is going to be divided and BJP is going to form a sarkar of more than 30 seats.
Are you suggesting, Manasvi, that BJP will win howsoever
BJP does not have a
uncomfortably?
local credible leader. BJP still is betting on Narendra Modi ji, and that is why he has to rally all across Gujarat, length and breadth. The idea
who's the Congress's local credible leader? I'm trying to help you, Manasvi. Please tell me.
They have to bet.
Who is Congress's local credible leader, Manasvi? If you are getting me, please answer.
Let me. Yeah, I've got you. Give me that time. The kind of words you put in one sentence. Give me that much of time to answer you back. So Congress if it does not have any credible leaders, why is BJP taking their leaders and giving them tickets? Why is BJP filled with Congress and not with BJP karyakartas? That BJP is giving a happy welcome to Congress leaders and give them tickets, and that's an unrest BJP is facing in their own cadre. So that if Congress is not with leadership,
reverse question could be why are Congress leaders who have been sitting MLAs making an en masse exodus towards the BJP? Maybe because they see the BJP as the winning party and not the Congress. Manasvi, there is a counter question to your argument, or there is a counter argument to the position that you are taking.
No, that counter question is well taken. That counter question is well taken. So that means BJP leaders does not have that credibility to fight forces against the Congress leadership and the Congress vote bank. That is why they have to depend upon the Congress, outsource the leadership to Congress leaders. That is the reason. If they can't build up that leadership there in their own gut, that is why they are outsourcing the entire leadership from Congress, and they're happy to give tickets. And not only tickets, remind you, they have given cabinets to the erstwhile Congress
Quick
members.
Comments by Hiren Kotak.
Okay
Manasvi, who represents the Congress view, says that you are taking Congress leaders. You are taking all these Congress leaders because you don't have local leaders of credibility, and you are outsourcing the election to the Congress party. Hiren Kotak, quick answer.
Abhishek, one more thing. Abhishek, can I speak? Only 10 seconds. Abhishek, 10 seconds.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पास लीडर नहीं है. विश्व की सबसे बड़ी ये राजकीय पार्टी भी है.
I'll come back to you.
अच्छी पार्टी भी है. हमारे पास हर तरह के लीडर है. हमारे पास हर प्रांत के लीडर है. आज भारत में जिस तरह से भारतीय जनता पार्टी का जादू छाया हुआ है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सेवा का जो बात है वो लोगों तक पहुंचा है, वो इसी वजह से भारतीय जनता पार्टी के सारे कार्यकर्ता जो है वो एकजुट होकर काम करते हैं. जब भी आपने देखा होगा कि कांग्रेस के कोई भी लीडर जब भारतीय जनता पार्टी में आते हैं, तब यही कहा जाता है कि ये जो है या तो फिर वो पैसे के पीछे पड़े या तो वो डर गए. अगर वो ऐसे ही है तो उनको कब चुना गया था? जब चुना था, किसने चुना था? उसी कांग्रेस ने. और आज जब जो लोगों को कांग्रेस ने टिकट दिया, उनका क्या?
Well, that's a difficult question that the Congress representative has to answer. But Hiren bhai, कुछ चीज है, because Congress, since it's a straight fight between the Congress and the BJP, according to Amit Shah, let's understand what the Congress party is doing. Okay. So because he sees the BJP winning, perhaps. We have not answered my question on that, Manasvi, but I have to take the debate forward. I have only 4 minutes left. Hold on. Very important point. Since it's a straight contest between the BJP and the Congress, let's see what the Congress party has done over the last 1 month. Rahul Gandhi has said, why are development projects going from Maharashtra and Karnataka to Gujarat? There is no election in Maharashtra. There is no election in Karnataka. That comment from Rahul Gandhi could have waited. Knowing Manasvi, you know what is the sentiment on Medha Patkar in Gujarat. To be seen with Medha Patkar walking during the Bharat Jodo Yatra, you know what picture Rahul Gandhi is sending to the electorate of Gujarat. Is that strategic thinking on the part of, the brains trust of the Congress party, Jairam Ramesh or whosoever is handling that? Also, the Madhusudan Mistry comment, essentially Piyush Joshi, the point is, with so much help coming from the Congress party to the AAP, with missing Congress leadership, with all these comments coming in, I think you should be a beneficiary. And despite that, BJP's Amit Shah does not see you as a player. A keen observer of Gujarat politics like Japan Pathak says that the Aam Aadmi Party might get 5 to 10 seats. Are you essentially only looking at increasing your vote share nationally, maybe get 10-15% vote share in Gujarat and then look for a national party status, and that's the ambition as of now?
Right. The same thing happened in Punjab. where the state leader of BJP, the state president of Punjab BJP, appealed for people to vote back Congress rather than voting in the Aam Aadmi Party. So when Congress is not able to contest in a proper manner, Congress is not able to justify the role of an able and a strong opposition party, Aam Aadmi Party is definitely filling up the vacuum. So how to discount Aam Aadmi Party? Here comes the Home Minister, gives a statement that it is going to be just a two-way contest between BJP and Congress. So that is the way, by discounting Aam Aadmi Party, he is actually expressing the threat of Aam Aadmi Party, that the Aam Aadmi Party is a serious contender and has become a serious force in the state of Gujarat. That is why he is trying to downplay the role of Aam Aadmi Party. It's pretty clear, very well simple.
ये सीरियस कंटेस्टेंट की बात को एक बार मैं थोड़ा हाईलाइट करना चाहता हूँ, मुझे थोड़ा मौका मिलना चाहिए। मैं इतना ही बताना चाहता हूँ कि अभी जो इलेक्शन चल रहा है उस इलेक्शन की कैंपेनिंग में मैं खुद गुजरात के पूरे एरिया में घूम के आया। मुझे सिर्फ इतना बताना है कि आम आदमी पार्टी के कार्यालय बंद क्यों हो रहे हैं, ये कब एक बार आम आदमी पार्टी बता दे। कार्यालय बंद
शांत हो गए जब आप क्यों बोल रहे हो? मेरा ये कहना है कि आम आदमी पार्टी के कार्यालय बंद क्यों हो रहे हैं या खुल क्यों रहे हैं, जो गुजरात की जनता बता देगी।
ये हालत है, देखिए पता चल गया है।
Piyush Joshi, I have to give Piyush Joshi, you made a point that it is essentially the Punjab and Delhi model that the Aam Aadmi Party is projecting on Gujarat, including or complete with freebies, mohalla clinics, and of course the vote share. Because in Punjab, what happened was that in the last election, Aam Aadmi Party got some vote share, made its presence felt, got into the opposition and then ultimately into power. Perhaps that's something that worries the BJP, that if Aam Aadmi Party gets a certain critical vote share, it might become a relevant force in Gujarat. That's why the Home Minister reminding Japan Bhai, I will want to get last comments from you. Is it that fear with the BJP that if Aam Aadmi Party becomes relevant in politics in Gujarat, it would disturb the equilibrium that has existed of a bipolar politics between Congress and the BJP, and then that could be an unknown entity in the state politics? You think so, Japan Bhai?
Abhishek, rather than BJP, I would say that Gujarat people are very much business-minded people and they vote for stability. They want stability. If there is three-party scenario, then stability will be in danger. You understand, na? Three-party scenario with one party supporting another party, then pull the support, and there will be uncertainty. So I think the Gujarati people are very businessmen and they have not deliberately chosen third-party scenario since many decades for this reason. And I think Amit Shah knows this pulse of people of Gujarat and therefore he is claiming so.
Yes. He said that, in fact, Japan Pathak, that he understands Gujarat and that's why he's saying so. I think what was in the mind of the Home Minister was that in a scenario where the Congress party completely collapses, the Aam Aadmi Party could be looking at Punjab model. Having said that, I think what the BJP would perhaps want in Gujarat is a 1985 kind of scenario where the Congress then crossed the 50% mark, which the BJP has not yet done. I think that's a target the BJP is looking at. That's why those permutation and combinations in the mind of BJP's Amit Shah. And of course, he spoke that in an interview with our editor-in-chief Unrest Goswami, and that interview is right after this short break. Thank you so much, all those who joined us on the side of viewers as well. Thank you so much.
पत्र मेरे पास भी आया है, उसके ऊपर क्यों कार्रवाई नहीं हुई, इसकी जांच हमको करनी पड़ेगी। इस प्रकार के पत्रों पर कार्रवाई अगर नहीं हुई तो ऐसी घटनाएं होती है, इसलिए जरूर उसकी जांच की जाएगी।
Arnab debates at 10 p.m.
From the Mumbai studios of Republic TV, it's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate.
Arnab Goswami on the debate at 9. Presented by Amity University. Powered by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group. Century Ply. Sarah and Havels.
Good evening and welcome, viewers. I have just returned from a short trip to Gujarat. And while such short first impressions of a journalist don't amount to anything really in pre-election season because the situation is very complex, I did meet and interview the grand strategist of the BJP, Home Minister Amit Shah, last evening, and I will be playing out that interview right on top tonight. Mr. Amit Shah is laser focused on the details of every region of the state and every constituency. And while he tried to downplay his role, it is clear that he has been leading the plan execution on the ground. Through the first 15 minutes of the interview, which I am playing tonight, he totally dismissed the Aam Aadmi Party as a factor. He said it's media hype, and he said the Congress is the principal opposition party, which is interesting because the top Congress leadership has all but vacated the contest, it seems. So perhaps the BJP thinks that the residual Congress vote won't shift. So there is a lot to be read into Mr. Amit Shah's analysis in that exclusive interview, the first big interview of this season, and it gives you his take on the pre-election picture and the trends that are emerging. Also tonight, ladies and gentlemen, the bone-chilling letter that has been written, the bone-chilling letter that was written by Shraddha in an official complaint to the Mumbai police. The letter is dated November 2020. In the letter, she says to the Mumbai police, she says that Aftab is threatening to kill me and cut me into pieces. Please help me. She's literally begging the Mumbai police to intervene and save her from the possibility of being killed and chopped into pieces by Aftab. Ladies and gentlemen, the Uddhav Thackeray government, the incompetent Uddhav Thackeray government, the incompetent MVA government, which only wanted to go against its critics, which only wanted to destroy Republic, which did not want to help the citizen, did absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. So in a way, they hold some moral responsibility for what happened to Shraddha. Devendra Fadnavis is absolutely right when he says that this matter will have to be investigated. Why did Uddhav's government not act against Aftab when they knew what Aftab could do to Shraddha? What was the Uddhav Thackeray government and its police forces' real intention? The nation wants to know, ladies and gentlemen. The nation wants to know. That is my debate at 10 o'clock tonight. I also have the big election interview, as I just said, with Amit Shah. That's running sometime from now. And that will be followed at 10 o'clock this evening with the debate on whether the cops under Uddhav went slow against Aftab, and if so, why? And also, ladies and gentlemen, at 10:30 p.m. tonight, or a little bit after that, how the Aam Aadmi Party should be really ashamed of itself that this man, who Kejriwal says is a great man, is having a massage, having a 5-star meal, and having a great time in Tihar jail. Mr. Kejriwal, look at the pictures and think. Think, Mr. Kejriwal, think. And here are the headlines this Wednesday evening on the debate tonight. It's the biggest election interview of the year. Amit Shah makes internal security one of the big election issues. Confident Amit Shah says the BJP will surpass the 2002 vote share, get far more than 127 seats in Gujarat. Dismissing a three-way contest, Amit Shah says the AAP is not even a factor in Gujarat, says it's media hype. Shraddha warned the Maharashtra police that Aftab would chop her into pieces, but the Uddhav Thackeray government did nothing. Shocked over the inaction under the Uddhav government, Devendra Fadnavis says there will be an investigation. And first it was a massage and now it's the fancy meals that are on tape, leaving Kejriwal totally defenseless on the Satyendar Jain case. Ladies and gentlemen, the Gujarat elections will take place in 9 days. The elections come in just over 2 weeks. This is a big run-up to 2024. In this most politically crucial period, last evening I had a very extensive interview and a conversation with Union Home Minister Amit Shah. He had come back from some hectic campaigning in Ahmedabad, and when I met him on the sidelines of the campaigning, he made some very fundamental points, and I'll run them as plates before we start the interview, if it can be rolled, please. Point number one, he says, he's sharing his predictions on the Gujarat election results. He says all this talk about a three-way fight in the state is nothing but hype. He says it doesn't work in Gujarat. He also speaks on what the Veer Savarkar controversy recently means in terms of how people view an attempt to create controversy over Hindutva. Then from Godhra to CA to 370, he takes on the lobby's narrative. I ask him a few questions on what he thinks about Tista Setalvad. He takes that. Uniform Civil Code, biggest buzzword of the elections. He talks about the plan in action. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, he tells us why freebies will never be a factor in Gujarat. Watch the entire interview. रिपब्लिक भारत, रिपब्लिक टीवी और रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क के जितने दर्शक हैं उनको हम आज इस स्पेशल इंटरव्यू में हमारे साथ हैं आज भारत के गृह मंत्री, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के वरिष्ठ नेता और जो इस वक्त गुजरात में पूरे इलेक्शन कैंपेन को ग्राउंड पर लीड कर रहे हैं, अमित शाह जी, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, थैंक यू वेरी मच। आज 2 साल बाद आपके साथ बातचीत हो रही है। 10 दिनों में चुनाव प्रक्रिया शुरू हो जाएगी, 17-18 दिनों में रिजल्ट आ जाएंगे। आप ग्राउंड में इसको आप स्ट्रैटेजी दे रहे हैं, आप इसको ट्रैक कर रहे हैं, लीड कर रहे हैं। पिक्चर क्या लग रहा है आपको इस वक्त?
भारतीय जनता पार्टी बहुत अच्छी पोजीशन में है। 1990 के बाद गुजरात में भारतीय जनता पार्टी एक भी चुनाव नहीं हारी है, चाहे विधानसभा का हो या लोकसभा का। हर चुनाव हम जीते हैं और मुझे पूरा भरोसा है कि 2022 के विधानसभा चुनाव में अब तक के सारे रिकॉर्ड, सबसे ज्यादा सीट प्राप्त करने के और सबसे ज्यादा मत प्राप्त करने के, हम तोड़कर प्रचंड बहुमत के साथ सरकार बनाने जा रहे हैं। नीचे भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेतृत्व की स्वीकृति, भारतीय जनता पार्टी की आइडियोलॉजी की स्वीकृति और हमारे ऑर्गेनाइजेशन की रीच, मुझे लगता है कि सबसे अच्छे समय पर है और पीक पर है।
तो आप कह रहे हैं कि 2002 में 127 सीटें मिली थी, आप कह रहे हैं 2002 के नंबर को आप क्रॉस करेंगे इस बार?
जरूर, इससे ज्यादा सीटें जीतेंगे।
और ग्राउंड पे कौन सा फैक्टर है? क्या आप फैक्टर है इस बार? बहुत मीडिया सर्कल्स में बातचीत चल रही है आम आदमी पार्टी को लेकर, क्या आम आदमी पार्टी एक फैक्टर है इस बार गुजरात?
मीडिया में जरूर है गुजरात राज्य की रचना के बाद 3 बड़े दलों ने ट्रायंगल करने का प्रयास किया। सबसे पहले चिमनभाई पटेल ने अपनी एक पार्टी बना ली किमलोप कर, और उन्होंने वहां पर एक ट्रायंगल करने का प्रयास किया, विफल गए, पार्टी वाइंड अप करनी पड़ी। उसके बाद में शंकर सिंह वाघेला ने, जो गुजरात के पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री थे, कांग्रेस के समर्थन से बने थे, उन्होंने एक बार प्रयास किया, वो विफल गए, पार्टी वाइंड अप करनी पड़ी। और उसके बाद में केशुभाई पटेल ने भी प्रयास किया, वो भी विफल गए और पार्टी वाइंड अप करनी। एक भी व्यक्ति 5 का आंकड़ा क्रॉस नहीं कर पाया था।
आप कह रहे त्रिकोणीय इलेक्शन नहीं हो सकती है?
स्वभाव नहीं है गुजरात की।
मगर क्या भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लिए 3-वे इलेक्शन आपके लिए अच्छा नहीं होगा? अगर वोट स्प्लिट हो जाए, जो एनालिसिस कह रही है कि ऐसे स्प्लिट हो जाए तो मार्जिन आपके लिए बेटर होगा।
ऐसा जब मैं 50% से ज्यादा मत प्राप्त कर रहा हूं, तब वोट कितना और कहां बढ़ता है इसके कोई मायने नहीं रहते। भारतीय जनता पार्टी इस बार 50% से ज्यादा वोट प्राप्त करने जा रही है।
तो अरविंद केजरीवाल हर चीज को लेकर अभी गुजरात का एंगल, वो गुजरात के बारे में बोलते हैं। वो कहते हैं अगर सत्येंद्र जैन अरेस्ट हो गए तो आम आदमी पार्टी को टारगेट किया जा रहा है गुजरात इलेक्शंस के कारण। दिल्ली की जो लिकर स्कैम है अगर वो अनकवर हो गई तो कहते हैं वो भी गुजरात के साथ लिंक्ड है। हर चीज को वो गुजरात के साथ लिंक करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
नहीं, उनकी कोशिश तो दिखाई ही पड़ती है, मगर मैं नहीं मानता कि जनता इस बात को सच मानती होगी। हम भी जनता के बीच में रहते हैं। सैकड़ों लोग डेमोक्रेसी में सीधा शार्प क्वेश्चन हमें भी पूछते हैं, मुंह पे खरी खरी बात भी सुनाते हैं, और सुनने भी चाहिए। कहीं से भी किसी भी क्वार्टर से इस प्रकार की बात नहीं आई।
ट्रेडिशनल एनालिसिस ये है कि कांग्रेस का प्रभाव कम हो रहा है, कांग्रेस की इंपैक्ट कम हो रही है, और वो जो वैक्यूम है वो कौन उसको फिल करेंगे?
भारतीय जनता पार्टी भी फिल कर सकती है।
मगर आप तो पावर में हैं।
हमारा वोट बढ़ सकता है।
ऑल्टरनेटिव ऑपोजिशन की
देखिए, हर बार जनता ऑल्टरनेटिव नहीं ढूंढती है। हर बार ऐसा नहीं होता है कि जनता ऑल्टरनेटिव ढूंढे। कई बार ऐसा होता है कि सत्ता पक्षों को जनता और मजबूत करती है।
आप प्रो इनकम्बेंसी की बात कर रहे हैं, एंटी इनकम्बेंसी के बारे में। आप 6 बार आप पावर में रह चुके हैं। आपने कहा आपके नंबर घटे थे मगर आप पावर में रह चुके हैं। क्या 7th टर्म आप इस बार गुजरात में रिकॉर्ड होगा? 7th टर्म आप कह रहे हैं एंटी इनकम्बेंसी नहीं है? इतने
नहीं, एंटी इनकम्बेंसी जरूर होती है। विधायकों की होती है, पार्टी की होती है, सरकार की भी होती है। शीर्ष नेतृत्व के खिलाफ भी, मुख्यमंत्री के खिलाफ भी हो सकती है। परंतु चुनाव में जब नतीजे डिसाइड करता है तो एंटी इनकम्बेंसी और प्रो इनकम्बेंसी का बचा हुआ शेष डिसाइड करता है, और हम प्लस में हैं।
मगर एंटी इनकम्बेंसी क्या पिछली बार वो हो चुकी है? मतलब पिछली बार कांग्रेस पार्टी को जितने सीटें मिली और जितना परसेंटेज वोट मिला था 35+% वोट्स जो मिले थे, क्या उसके आगे नहीं जा सकती है कांग्रेस? क्योंकि कांग्रेस के नंबर्स अगर कम होंगे, कांग्रेस की कैंपेनिंग तो ग्राउंड पे इतनी विजिबल नहीं है, कांग्रेस के बड़े नेता इधर गुजरात में नहीं है, कोई क्लियर स्ट्रेटेजी नहीं है, और ट्रेडिशनल थिंकिंग ये है कि ये जगह कौन, हु इज गोइंग टू फिल द गैप?
जनता ने तय करना है। मैं जमीन पर दीपावली के दिनों में गुजरात के सभी जोन के कार्यकर्ताओं को मिलकर आया हूं जिनके पास जमीनी जानकारी होती है, और लगभग अब आज के मेरे 4 कार्यक्रम गिनकर 47 विधानसभाओं में प्रत्यक्ष रूप से मैं जाकर आया हूं। मैं आपको बताता हूं कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी अपना मत प्रतिशत बढ़ा रही है। अब मत किसका आ रहा है वो तो कोई एनालिसिस नहीं कर सकता, परंतु भारतीय जनता पार्टी अपना मत प्रतिशत भी बढ़ा रही है, सीटें भी बढ़ा रही है, और कोई कारण नहीं है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी को गुजरात की जनता वोट न दे।
आप हर अपने इंटरव्यू में, जितने आपके पब्लिक अपीयरेंसेस है, आप कह रहे हैं कि आपकी फाइट कांग्रेस पार्टी के साथ है। उसको लेके लोग मतलब समझ नहीं पा रहे, आप कांग्रेस को प्रिंसिपल ऑपोजिशन क्यों कह रहे हैं गुजरात में?
क्योंकि वो है। मैं स्पेकुलेशन के आधार पर तो नहीं कर सकता, जमीनी हकीकत में वो है। आज ऑपोजिशन गुजरात असेंबली में कांग्रेस ही है, जमीन पर भी कांग्रेस है।
आपको अभी भी लगता है कि उनको एक बेस परसेंटेज वोट उनके पास जाएगा?
देखिए, इसमें कटौती बढ़ोतरी हो सकती है, परंतु उनका बेस आज भी है।
वो क्यों है?
हर पार्टी का अपना एक बेस होता है, हमारा भी है, उनसे बड़ा है।
मगर आपको नहीं लगता कि वो मतलब ओवर अ पीरियड ऑफ टाइम वो कम हो चुका है? लीडरशिप नहीं है, लीडरशिप बैक।
मैंने कहा ना, कटौती बढ़ोतरी तो होती रहती है, मगर कांग्रेस है जमीन पर।
केजरीवाल जी ने इस बार हिंदू कार्ड प्ले करने की कोशिश की। उन्होंने पहले कहा था कि मेरा राम किसी की मस्जिद तोड़कर बनाए मंदिर में नहीं बस सकता। ये उनकी स्टेटमेंट थी 2014 में। और इस बार उन्होंने कहा कि जितने हमारे करेंसी नोट है इसमें लक्ष्मी गणेश की जो तस्वीरें हैं वो प्रिंट होनी चाहिए।
देखिए,
क्या वो हिंदू कार्ड प्ले कर रहे हैं? उसका क्या इम्पैक्ट होगा?
कोई किसी भी कार्ड को प्ले करे, अर्नब जी, भारत की जनता और विशेषकर गुजरात की जनता इतनी भूली भाली नहीं है कि एक दो टोचकों से या एक दो स्टेटमेंट से किसी और बह जाए। राजनीति में हर व्यक्ति का अपना एक इतिहास होता है, इसकी विश्वसनीयता बनती है जिसके आधार पर, और एक लंबा कैरियर होता है। आप किस प्रकार की बात करते हो, आपकी आइडियोलॉजी क्या है, आपकी आइडियोलॉजी के मायने क्या है, आपकी आइडियोलॉजी के लक्ष्य क्या है, और इसके क्रियान्वयन के लिए आपने क्या करा। जैसे भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने भारतीय जनसंघ से हम आए, वाया जनता पार्टी भारतीय जनता पार्टी में बने। भारतीय जनता पार्टी से लेकर भारतीय जनसंघ से लेकर भारतीय जनता पार्टी तक हमने कहा था कि हम 370 धारा को जब भी हमें मौका मिलेगा हटाएंगे। एक देश में दो निशान, दो प्रधान, दो विधान नहीं चल सकते, और हमने हटाकर दिखाया। जब पूर्ण बहुमत मिला नरेंद्र भाई के नेतृत्व में, आज धारा 370 और 35 से दोनों समाप्त हो गई, और कश्मीर हमेशा के लिए भारत के साथ जुड़ गया है। तो इससे क्रेडेंशियल बनते हैं। हमने जब से भी राम जन्मभूमि आंदोलन हुआ, हमने क्लियर कट स्टैंड पालमपुर बीजेपी कार्यकारिणी में लिया था कि हम मानते हैं कि वही जगह पे राम मंदिर बनना चाहिए। अब जब नरेंद्र मोदी जी को सारी समस्याओं को सुलझाकर देश की जनता भूमि पूजन करते हुए देखती है, शिलान्यास करते हुए देखती है, तब भरोसा बढ़ता है। हमने कहा था कि हम इस देश में कॉमन सिविल कोड की पैरवी करेंगे, और अगर हम पावर में आते हैं तो इसको लाएंगे। 1950 में कहा था, और आज कॉमन सिविल कोड के लिए भारत के 3 राज्यों ने इनिशिएटिव लिया है। एक चर्चा बहस छिड़ी है, और कुछ ही समय में 3 राज्यों में कॉमन सिविल कोड आपको दिखाई पड़ेगा। हमने कहा था कि किसी भी पंथ निरपेक्ष देश के अंदर धर्म के आधार पर कानून नहीं होने चाहिए। ट्रिपल तलाक को हम समाप्त करेंगे। हमने कर दिखाया है। तो विश्वसनीयता जो होती है व्यक्ति की, पार्टी की, विचारधारा की, वो सिर्फ बोलने से नहीं होती है कर्तृत्व से बनती है। और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पास कर्तृत्व की पूंजी है। हमारे नेतृत्व ने, हमने जो मुद्दे प्रस्तापित किए थे उसको लेकर लंबा सार्वजनिक जीवन में संघर्ष किया, स्वीकृति लाई, जनता का भरोसा जीता, सत्ता प्राप्त करी, और ये सारे मुद्दे आज क्लियर कर दिए।
इस पर कोई दो राय नहीं है, कोई दो राय नहीं है कि आपने जो कहा वो किया 370 पर। यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड की बात आपने जो उठाई, 3 राज्यों में क्यों, राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर क्यों नहीं? ये तो हमारे कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के डायरेक्टिव प्रिंसिपल्स पर लिखा गया है, आपके आइडियोलॉजी के साथ।
बिल्कुल लिखा गया है, मगर एक ऐसा मसला है जिसमें एक सार्वजनिक बहस होनी चाहिए, और जब राज्य करेंगे तब ये बहस अपने आप होगी। भारतीय जनता पार्टी की अकेले की आइडियोलॉजी से इतना बड़ा फैसला करने के बजाय अच्छा ये है कि एक सार्वजनिक बहस हो। हमारा स्टैंड बहुत स्पष्ट है कि इस देश में कॉमन सिविल कोड होना चाहिए, धर्म के आधार पर कोई कानून नहीं होने चाहिए। हमारा स्टैंड बहुत स्पष्ट है, परंतु बाकी लोगों के स्टैंड की भी महत्व है, बाकी लोगों के स्टैंड का भी चर्चा होना चाहिए। तो एक बहस होगी, अभी कमेटियां बनी, इनके सामने सबके मत आएंगे, मत के बाद कमेटी की अध्यक्षता गुजरात और दोनों जगह पे रिटायर्ड जज कर रहे हैं, वो अपनी रिपोर्ट देंगे, इसके आधार पर
आप कह रहे हैं प्रोसेस
शुरू हुआ।
तो एक और, क्योंकि मैं इस यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड का बहुत बड़ा प्रोपोनेंट हूं टीवी पर, मैं तो खुल के पिछले 10 सालों से कह रहा हूं, एक अगर फॉलो अप सवाल है कि ये जो बहस की बात आप कर रहे हैं इसको संसद में क्यों नहीं करते? यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड अगर इंट्रोड्यूस हो जाए एक बार पार्लियामेंट में, फिर बहस भी हो जाए।
मैंने कहा ना, ये बहस कोई छोटी बहस नहीं है। उत्तराखंड का भी हो, दुनिया भर के लोगों ने अपने निवेदन वहां भेजे हैं और सुप्रीम कोर्ट की रिटायर्ड जज साहिबा इसकी अध्यक्षता कर रही है। वहां पर सारी चीजें आएगी, एक रिपोर्ट आएगी, रिपोर्ट पर उत्तराखंड का विधानमंडल विचार करेगा, गुजरात का विधानमंडल विचार करेगा, तो एक सभी पार्टियों के विचार भी विधानमंडल के फ्लोर पर आ जाएंगे। और
अगला स्टेप
आगे ये सब देखकर पार्टी उचित समय पर जो निर्णय करना है वो करेगी।
कब तक होगा? 2024 से?
देखिए, इसमें कोई टाइमलाइन नहीं होती। मैं इंटरव्यू कोई आपकी टीवी की हेडलाइन के लिए नहीं कर सकता।
बिल्कुल।
भारतीय जनता पार्टी बहुत मैच्योर तरीके से सबके विचारों को सुनकर, इसका सम्मान कर कर फैसले लेती है, मगर हम हमारे मान्यता में और विचार पर अड़िग है कि इस देश में कॉमन सिविल कोड होना चाहिए।
क्या आपको लगता है कि देश का जो माहौल है थोड़ा बदल चुका है, इन द सेंस कि पहले आप वीर सावरकर को लेकर कुछ भी कह सकते थे और कई लोग उसको एक्सेप्ट कर देते थे, उस पर कोई बैकफुट पे नहीं जाता था। अभी आपने कहा कि कांग्रेस पार्टी प्रिंसिपल ऑपोजिशन पार्टी है गुजरात में, मगर जब कांग्रेस पार्टी के नेता ने वीर सावरकर पर आपत्तिजनक बात कही, जब उन्होंने कहा कि वीर सावरकर ने धोखा किया था देश के साथ, तो एक तरह से 2-3 दिन तक बहस हुई, उनकी अपनी पार्टी बैकफुट पर चली गई। और मुझे लगा कि क्या आपको लगता है कि ये जो सारे मुद्दे हैं, पहले जिस तरह से एक्सेप्ट किया जाता था अब एक्सेप्ट नहीं होता, इस पर कंट्रोवर्सी होती है, डिबेट होती है, और जिन्होंने ये सब स्टेटमेंट्स दिए वो खुद बैकफुट पर जाते हैं। क्या आपको लगता है देश का माहौल थोड़ा बदल चुका है?
थोड़ा नहीं, बहुत बदल चुका है, बदलना भी चाहिए, मगर मुझे तो बहुत दुख होता है।
किस चीज?
वीर सावरकर जैसी व्यक्ति के लिए इस प्रकार के स्टेटमेंट करना, ये किसी को शोभा नहीं देता। हमारी पार्टी के विचार, हम सब के विचार, देश का इतिहास, इस सबको साइड पर रखकर उनकी दादी के भी स्टेटमेंट पढ़ लेते तो उनको मालूम पड़ता। जिस व्यक्ति ने पूरा जीवन भारत की स्वतंत्रता के सिवा कोई विचार नहीं किया, अपार यातनाओं को अपने एक अल्प जीवन के अंदर सहन करने का काम किया, इतने बड़े दरिया से फ्रांस का किनारा जब नजदीक दिखाई, मुझे क्या होगा इसकी गिनती करे बगैर दरिया में छलांग लगा दी। सबसे पहला पुस्तक अगर अंग्रेजों ने किसी का प्रतिबंधित किया तो वीर सावरकर का 1857 का स्वातंत्र समर, इसको प्रतिबंधित किया गया। वो व्यक्ति के लिए, एक प्रखर देशभक्त के लिए इस प्रकार के विचार ये किसी भी पार्टी या किसी भी व्यक्ति को शोभा नहीं देते। ठीक है, बहस हुई है, उसका मैं तो बहस होनी भी चाहिए और इस प्रकार से विचार व्यक्त करते हैं, समाज में से रिएक्शन भी आना चाहिए, परंतु इस प्रकार के विचार ही व्यक्त नहीं होने चाहिए जिसका कोई आधार न हो।
मगर जो कलेक्टिव रिएक्शन इस बार था और अभी हो रहा है, उससे क्या आपको लगता है कि जो लोग हिंदुत्व में विश्वास रखते हैं वो पहले से ज्यादा असर्टिव हो गए हैं, खुलकर बोल रहे हैं?
देखिए, सिर्फ
काउंटर हो रहा है।
ये सिर्फ हिंदुत्व का सवाल नहीं है। वीर सावरकर के जीवन को आप पूरी बारीकी से देखेंगे तो हिंदू संस्कृति, भारतीय संस्कृति के लिए उनका पक्ष और एक मजबूत विचार, ये एक डायमेंशन है। ये प्रखर राष्ट्रभक्त व्यक्ति था, ये भाषा सेनानी, ये स्वतंत्र सेनानी था, ये भाषाविद आदमी था, बहुत बड़े सोशल रिफॉर्मर थे और जिन्हें स्वदेश, स्वधर्म और स्वभाषा के लिए पूरा जीवन संघर्ष किया ऐसा व्यक्ति था। उनके मृत्यु के समय जब उनका शरीर निर्बल हो गया, डॉक्टर कहते थे अभी काफी इलाज हो सकता है। इन्होंने कहा इतने निर्बल शरीर के साथ मैं इस मातृभूमि की सेवा कैसे करूंगा? मैं तो हिंदू हूँ, पुनर्जन्म में मानता हूँ, नया शरीर लेकर आऊंगा और फिर से माँ भारती की सेवा करूंगा। इतनी उत्कृष्ट देशभक्ति जिस व्यक्ति के मन में है और जल और अन्न का त्याग कर कर अपने प्राण का बलिदान दिया, वो व्यक्ति के लिए इस प्रकार की सोच सिर्फ टाइटल बनाने के लिए, चकचारी जगाने के लिए, ये अच्छा नहीं लगता। मुझे तो व्यक्तिगत रूप से बहुत दुख होता है, क्योंकि मैं सावरकर जी का बचपन से प्रशंसक व्यक्ति हूँ और उनके विचारों का, उनकी उत्कृष्ट राष्ट्रभक्ति का और राष्ट्र की आज़ादी के लिए उनके बलिदानों का मैं बहुत सम्मान और आदर करता हूँ।
क्या आपको लगता है अमित शाह जी कि पिछले अगर 1-2 साल के हम जो डिस्कशंस हो रहे हैं, पहले हिंदुत्व को लेकर एक सार्वजनिक तौर पर पब्लिक, नेशनल और इंटरनेशनल लेवल पर एक अटैक होती थी। आज से 1 साल पहले एक कंट्रोवर्सी हुई थी कि कोई विदेश में कोई कॉन्फ्रेंस कर रहा है, डिसमेंटलिंग ग्लोबल हिंदुत्व को लेकर बहुत कुछ कहा जाता था। इस पर क्या आपको लगता है थोड़ा सा काउंटर आ रहा है अभी? क्योंकि पहले ये बात चलती थी कि हिंदुइज्म और हिंदुत्व में फर्क है और कई सारी चीजें कही जाती थी। नरेंद्र मोदी जी के सरकार को कहा जाता था हिंदुत्व गवर्नमेंट, हिंदू नेशनलिस्ट, हिंदू एक्सट्रीमिस्ट गवर्नमेंट, ये वर्ड्स यूज किए जाते थे। भारत के चेंजिंग ग्लोबल पोजीशन के साथ साथ भारत की जो क्लाउट है उसके साथ साथ क्या आपको लगता है थोड़ा सा हमारे देश के अंदर पॉलिटिकल डिस्कशन में और बाहर हिंदुइज्म और हिंदुत्व को लेकर जिस तरह से आलोचना की जाती थी, क्रिटिसिज्म होती थी, बातचीत होती थी, क्या मैं उस दिशा पे आपको पूछ रहा था, क्या आपको लगता है थोड़ा सा चेंज हुआ है?
देखिए, जनमानस में काफी बदलाव है। अब ये आज की बहस का मुद्दा नहीं हो सकता, हम चुनाव पर इंटरव्यू कर रहे हैं, परंतु मैं बताता हूं कि धारा 370 इस शुद्ध रूप से राष्ट्र की एकता, अखंडता और सार्वभौमत्व का मामला है, मगर दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण तरीके से इसको अलग व्याख्या करने का प्रयास हुआ है। इसी प्रकार से कॉमन सिविल कोड इस देश के संविधान की स्पिरिट को मैच करने का मामला है। आर्टिकल 44 में हमारे संविधान निर्माताओं ने भी राष्ट्र के संसद और विधानमंडलों को सलाह दी। इसी तरह से ट्रिपल तलाक, देश भर के कई मुस्लिम देशों के अंदर आज ट्रिपल तलाक की व्यवस्था नहीं है। हम किस दिशा में जाना चाहते हैं? ये बहस ही गलत रास्ते पर चल पड़ी है। ये सारे जो मुद्दे हैं एक प्रोग्रेसिव स्टेट के मुद्दे हैं, देश के भविष्य के मुद्दे, देश के सार्वभौमत्व के मुद्दे हैं, परंतु इसको गलत तरीके से व्याख्यायित किया है। खैर, आप अलग ट्रैक पर इंटरव्यू को ले जा रहे हैं।
मुझे कभी-कभी लगता है ये सारे मुद्दे वोटर के मन में भी ये सवाल है। आपने शब्दों के बारे में हमने बातचीत की, जो आपकी जो मेन ऑपोजिशन पार्टी है, जो आप भी कह रहे हैं कांग्रेस आपकी मेन ऑपोजिशन पार्टी है, जो शब्द यूज किए हैं उन्होंने नरेंद्र मोदी जी को लेकर, इस पर आपको क्या लगता है? मतलब कि एक तो रिस्पॉन्स चाहता हूं मैं
भारत की राजनीति का डिटेल अभ्यास करने वाला विद्यार्थी हूं और मैं वो अभ्यास के आधार पर कहता हूं कि आजाद भारत में नरेंद्र मोदी जितना लोकप्रिय प्रधानमंत्री कोई नहीं है। और जहां तक प्रभाव का सवाल है, मैं कई बार दुनिया के कई देशों में युद्ध हुए हैं, भारत के बच्चे फंसे हैं। मैं यूपी के चुनाव में बिजी था, आश्चर्यचकित होकर मैं एक घटना देख रहा था कि हमारे 35,000 बच्चे यूक्रेन के अंदर हमारे स्टूडेंट फंसे थे। दोनों ओर से गोले और मिसाइल से छोड़ी जाती थी। मोदी जी ने 11:30 बजे के आसपास यूपी चुनाव से वापस जाने के बाद दोनों राष्ट्रों के राष्ट्राध्यक्ष को फोन किया कि हमारे बच्चे फंसे हुए हैं, अगर 2.5-3 दिन तक युद्ध विराम होता है तो हम उनको वापस लेकर आ सकते हैं। और दोनों देशों के तोप के गोले बंद हो गए। इससे ज़्यादा प्रभाव आज विश्व में किसी भी नेता का नहीं है। इस पर भारतीय नाते गौरव करने की जगह छोटी राजनीति करने वाले लोगों को क्या जवाब देना भाई? मैंने मेरे जीवन में नहीं देखा है कि एक व्यक्ति कहे कि कल से हम जनता कर्फ्यू करेंगे। जब कोरोना आया, कोई सर्कुलर नहीं, कोई पुलिस की सूचना नहीं, कोई सरकार की सूचना नहीं, और सुबह 6 बजे से रात को 6 बजे तक सारी जनता, देश भर की जनता अपने अपने घरों में बंद रही, क्योंकि इस देश के प्रधानमंत्री ने कोरोना के खिलाफ लड़ाई लड़ने के लिए जनता को तैयार करने के लिए आह्वान किया है। लाल बहादुर शास्त्री के ज़माने में उनके कहने पर चावल छोड़ने वाले का बात हमने सुना है। मैं तो बहुत छोटा था, परंतु मैंने सुना है। इसके बाद पहला ऐसा उदाहरण आया है कि देश के प्रधानमंत्री के कॉल पर 130 करोड़ की जनता अपने आप को 12 घंटे तक अपने घर में बंद कर रखे। ये जो स्वीकृति है, वो स्वीकृति को समझने के लिए नजर भी चाहिए और अच्छी सोच भी चाहिए। जिसके पास नहीं है, इससे कोई।
और जो लोग इस सब जानने के बावजूद पर्सनल अटैक्स करते हैं, वो क्या ग्राउंड सिचुएशन नहीं समझते हैं या फिर कुछ उनको
मालूम नहीं क्या करते होंगे? मगर देश की जनता इसको देखती है। देश की जनता लोकतंत्र में फैसले भी करती है और मुझे पूरा भरोसा है कि इस प्रकार की भाषा के प्रयोग को गुजरात और देश की जनता कभी नहीं स्वीकारती।
एक रैली में, जब ये घटलोडिया सीट के रैली में आपने एक कमेंट की थी, उस पर मैं थोड़ा आपसे सवाल करना चाहता हूँ। आपने कहा था कि मैं मुख्यमंत्री जी को कांग्रेचुलेट करता हूँ जो यहाँ पे जो इलीगल मज़ार बने हैं, उनका जो ये बेट द्वारका में इलीगल कंस्ट्रक्शंस हुए हैं, उसको डेमोलिश करने के लिए मैं उनको कांग्रेचुलेट करता हूँ। और भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने कहा कि अपीजमेंट पॉलिटिक्स ये बंद होगी। ये स्टेटमेंट जो आपने की, इसकी बैकग्राउंड में कई लोगों ने कहा कि एक समुदाय को टारगेट किया जा रहा है। आपने ये बात क्यों कही? इसका बैकग्राउंड क्या था?
देखिए, बेट द्वारका देश भर के करोड़ों लोगों की श्रद्धा का केंद्र है। माना जाता है कि द्वारका जब समंदर में डूबी, वहीं डूबी है। इसके कई तथ्य भी मिले हैं, मगर वो एक जांच का विषय है। देश में किसी भी जगह पे, विशेषकर सीमांत क्षेत्र के अंदर और दरियाई सीमा के द्वीप पर अगर इलीगल एंक्रोचमेंट होते हैं तो वो राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा के लिए खतरा है। और इलीगल एंक्रोचमेंट रिलीजियस बेसिस पर होते हैं तो और बड़ा खतरा है। और मैं अभी भी कहता हूं कि मैं गुजरात सरकार के मुख्यमंत्री और गुजरात सरकार के गृह मंत्री दोनों को बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन देना चाहता हूं कि बड़ी दृढ़ता के साथ ये सफाई इन्होंने की है।
आपने बहुत क्लियरली कहा था, आपने कहा ये स्पीच बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग थी, इस पर बहुत एनालिसिस हुई है। आपने कहा जितने लतीफ और इज्जू शेख हैं वहाँ पे, शायद 2 क्रिमिनल थे, उनका नाम आपने लिया था, उनको एलिमिनेट किया जा रहा है। क्या आपको लगता है, आपने जो आप गृह मंत्री है देश के, क्या आपको लगता है कि ये सारे जो इलीगल एनक्रोचमेंट्स है, इसके पीछे कोई दूसरी प्लानिंग है, कोई दूसरी डिजाइन है? क्योंकि आपने सीमांतर क्षेत्रों के बारे में कहा।
देखिए, प्लानिंग जो भी हो,
इम्पैक्ट क्या होता है?
शासन का दायित्व है कि एंक्रोचमेंट को क्लियर कर देना चाहिए और सीमांत क्षेत्र में और संवेदनशीलता के साथ करना चाहिए, जो गुजरात सरकार ने किया है। इसीलिए मैं गुजरात के मुख्यमंत्री और गृह मंत्री भूपेंद्र भाई और हर्ष भाई को बहुत बहुत बधाई दे रहा हूँ।
क्या इंटरनल सिक्योरिटी, नेशनल सिक्योरिटी मुद्दे होते हैं चुनाव में जब लोग वोट करने जाते हैं? अमित शाह जी, जैसे राज्य का चुनाव है, क्या राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा या सुरक्षा को लेकर जो मुद्दे हैं ये वोटर के लिए मायने रखते हैं? क्या इम्पैक्ट होता है इलेक्टोरेट के लिए?
जहाँ तक वोटर का सवाल है तो 13 करोड़ लोगों को घर में गैस मिला, वो भी मुद्दा है। आज तक 13 करोड़ गरीबों को कांग्रेस पार्टी ने 60 साल के शासन में गैस नहीं पहुंचाया था। जहाँ तक चुनाव के मुद्दे का सवाल है, 10 करोड़ घरों में शौचालय पहुंचा 70 साल की आज़ादी के बाद, वो भी मुद्दा है। जहाँ तक चुनाव के मुद्दे का सवाल है, 8 करोड़ लोगों के घर में पहली बार नल से जल पहुंचा है, वो भी एक मुद्दा है। 60 करोड़ लोगों को 5 लाख तक का सारा इलाज का खर्चा प्रधानमंत्री आयुष्मान भारत योजना के कार्ड से किया, वो भी मुद्दा है। 80 करोड़ लोगों को 2.5 साल तक प्रति व्यक्ति प्रति माह 5 किलो अनाज फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट लॉकडाउन के बाद दिया गया, वो भी मुद्दा है। 130 करोड़ की जनता को और 230 करोड़ डोज लगाए गए फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट कोरोना के और उनको सुरक्षित बना गया, वो भी मुद्दा है। ये सारे मुद्दे के बावजूद भारत का ये नागरिक इस साथ में जरूर सोचता है कि मेरा देश सुरक्षित हो, मेरा देश अखंड रहे, मेरा देश अक्षुण्ण रहे और देश की सीमाएं सुरक्षित हो। तो इंटरनल सिक्योरिटी कोई भी चुनाव हो, राज्य का चुनाव हो या केंद्र का चुनाव हो, जरूर मुद्दा होती है। और गुजरात जैसे सीमांत राज्य के लिए तो बहुत बड़ा मुद्दा होती है,
क्योंकि चिंता तो होती है। कभी कभी मुझे लगता है
सभी को चिंता। अरे भाई, हमने तो देखा है यहाँ पर मैंने मेरी आंख से मेरे युवा दिनों के अंदर पोरबंदर जिले की जहाँ से हद शुरू होती थी, वहाँ पर एक बोर्ड देखा है कि यहाँ से पोरबंदर जिला शुरू होता है, कानून और व्यवस्था की सीमा यहाँ पर समाप्त होती है। और गुजरात सरकार की वेबसाइट पर आज भी 1984 में पोरबंदर जेल नोटिफिकेशन निकालकर बंद करनी पड़ी थी क्योंकि वहां कंट्रोल नहीं हो पा रहा था। हमने तो देखा है पूरा सागर किनारा स्मगलरों का अड्डा बना हुआ था, यहीं से मौत का सामान पूरे देश भर में गया था। आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी के और विशेषकर 2001 के बाद नरेंद्र भाई के शासन के बाद हमारी सीमाएं सुरक्षित हुई, परिंदा भी पैर नहीं मार सकता, स्मगलिंग की एक्टिविटी बंद हुई, जो गैंग्स बने थे आज पूरे आप दूरबीन लेकर भी गैंग्स ढूंढ नहीं सकते। 365 दिन में से 250 दिन तक कर्फ्यू रहता था गुजरात के अंदर, कम्युनल
200 दिनों तक आपने कहा भी है
वायलेंस होता था
जी।
मगर आज 20 साल से किसी ने कर्फ्यू नहीं देखा है। 24 घंटा बिजली गुजरात के हर गांव में पहुंच चुकी है, शुद्ध पीने का पानी गुजरात के हर गांव में पहुंचा है, 16,000 तालाब नर्मदा के नीर से भरे हैं। मैं आज ही बनासकांठा जाकर आया, बनासकांठा की सुई गांव की सीमा तक नर्मदा का पानी पहुंचा है और कच्छ के खावड़ा तक पहुंचा है। और उसमें से कई सारी योजनाएं, सौनी योजना, सुजलाम सुफलाम योजना, ढेर सारी योजनाएं बनाकर मोदी जी ने पूरे गुजरात के जल स्तर को ऊपर उठाया। 1.5 लाख से ज्यादा चेक डैम बनाए, खेत का पानी खेत में, सीम का पानी सीम में और गांव का पानी गांव में। इसको गुजरात का एक सूत्र वाक्य बनाने का काम नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने किया और ये हमें समझाते हैं कि हमने किया है। भाई बड़े बड़े बोर्ड लगाए गुजरात में इन्होंने, कांग्रेस पार्टी ने, कि काम बोले छे, काम बोलता है,
काम बोलता है,
काम बोलता है। अब 1990 से वो एक भी चुनाव नहीं जीते, 32 साल हो गए, कब काम किया मेरी अभी समझ नहीं।
आप कह रहे 30 साल पुरानी रिकॉर्ड
अब दिखा रहे, मगर काम तो हमारे,
जिनको कह रहे हैं उनको याद भी होगा,
मगर काम सारे हमारे लिखे, गलती से इनका चुनाव चिन्ह
तो ये तो आपकी एडवर्टाइजिंग कर रहे हैं।
हाँ, हमारी ही एडवर्टाइज। मैं तो मानता हूँ, मैं सभा में भी कहता हूँ कि गलती से कांग्रेस का चुनाव चिन्ह लग गया है, वहां कमल लगाना चाहिए।
मगर राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा के मुद्दे पर एक सवाल मेरा ये है कि जब मैं देखता हूँ कि नवरात्रि के समय में, क्योंकि कई डेवलपमेंट जब होती है तो सोशल फैब्रिक को अपसेट करने वाले लोग होते हैं। ये सब जो हुआ था नवरात्रि के समय में, खेड़ा में देखा, 2-3 अन्य जगहों पर आपने भी नोटिस किया होगा, आपके पास रिपोर्ट आई होगी कि कोई पत्थरबाजी हुई, कुछ हुई। क्या आपको लगता है ये सब ऐसे आइसोलेटेड इंस्टेंसेस है, क्या फिर उसके पीछे भी कोई बड़ी षड्यंत्र है? और उसके साथ एक जुड़ा वाला मुद्दा है जो आपने आइडियोलॉजी की बात कही, और आप गृह मंत्री है देश के, आपके गृह मंत्री रहते हुए और ये मोदी सरकार के टाइम पे कोई बड़े टेरर अटैक्स थैंकफुली नहीं हुए हैं देश में, मगर जिहादी थ्रेट जो है, कोयम्बतूर की एक इंसिडेंट आती है, अभी 2-3-4 दिन पहले मंगलौर की इंसिडेंट आ गई, जो वो ब्लास्ट जहाँ पे होनी थी रेलवे स्टेशन या बस स्टेशन पे नहीं हुई, पहले ही फूट गई। क्या आपको लगता है कि ये सारे मुद्दे जो हैं इनको डील करने के लिए और एक टफ अप्रोच चाहिए? जिस तरह से आपने 370 हटा दी, जिस तरह से आपने PFI का बैन करा दिया, आपने रिसेंटली एक इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस में कहा है, और आप कह सकते हैं कि ये सारे मुद्दे इलेक्शन के साथ जुड़े नहीं है, मगर आपने खुद माना है अभी कि लोग इसके बारे में सोचते हैं। आपने इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस में कहा नो मनी फॉर टेरर, नो मनी नो टेरर वाली बात आपने कही। तो इस पर जितने हमारे दर्शक है और राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर दर्शक है वो जानना चाहते हैं कि इस पर और क्या किया जा सकता है, इसको बिल्कुल इस प्रॉब्लम को एलिमिनेट करने के लिए।
जहां तक देश की आंतरिक सुरक्षा और बाह्य सुरक्षा का सवाल है, इसके खिलाफ किसी भी खतरे के लिए हमारी जीरो टॉलरेंस की नीति बरकरार रहेगी और दृढ़ता के साथ आगे बढ़ेगी। इसमें किसी को कोई संशय रखने की जरूरत नहीं है। हमने ढेर सारे कानूनों में परिवर्तन किया है। हमने UAPA को कानून में संशोधन किया और कठोर बनाया। इसके साथ साथ हमने NIA कानून में परिवर्तन कर विदेशों तक उसके जांच करने का दायरा बनाया। संगठन के साथ साथ व्यक्ति को भी टेररिस्ट घोषित करने का अधिकार NIA को हमने दिया है। NIA पहले सिर्फ टेररिस्ट ऑर्गेनाइजेशनों की जांच की, इसके साथ हमने नारकोटिक्स को भी डाला, क्योंकि नारकोटिक्स का फाइनेंस या टेररिज्म का धन का स्रोत बना हुआ है। इसके साथ हमने वामपंथी उग्रवाद को भी डाला। एनआईए के दायरे को बढ़ाकर उसको सुग्रथित किया है और ये 3 साल के अंदर एनआईए को हमने और 9 राज्यों में पहुंचाया है और हमारा लक्ष्य 24 आते आते देश के हर राज्य के अंदर एनआईए का एक सुदृढ़ तंत्र बनेगा। और भारत सरकार की सारी एजेंसियां बड़ी मुस्तैदी के साथ भारत की आंतरिक सुरक्षा को मजबूत करने के लिए बहुत पैनी नजर रखकर सजग है। घटना तो कभी भी कोई भी हो सकती है, मगर यहाँ षड्यंत्र करना संभव नहीं है। इक्की दुक्की घटना करना वो कभी भी इतने बड़े देश में कोई कर सकता है, परंतु इसके पीछे जिस प्रकार का एजेंसियों का फॉलोअप है, इसके बाद इसका फैलाव नहीं।
और ये जो आईसिस आइडियोलॉजी वाले लोग हैं, जिहादी आइडियोलॉजी वाले लोग हैं,
देखिए आईसिस की आइडियोलॉजी हो या जिहादी आइडियोलॉजी हो या पीएफआई पहले जो अपनी प्रवृत्तियां करता था वो हो, जिस दिन कोई भी विचार, कोई भी संगठन, कोई भी गतिविधि इस देश की इंटरनल सिक्योरिटी के लिए खतरा बनेगी, इसको हम सहन नहीं करेंगे और बहुत दृढ़ता के साथ इसको क्रश करेंगे।
अमित शाह जी, आपने कहा कि आपने ये सब जो डेवलपमेंट ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड के बारे में कहा, मगर मैं जानना चाहता हूं कि आप इसको कैसे देखते हैं? ये जो नया ट्रेंड बना है, ये प्रॉमिस करेंगे फ्री, ये फ्री, वो फ्री, नौकरी फ्री। अभी मुझे बताया गया कि कोई कार्ड दे रहे हैं, कार्ड बांट रहे हैं। मुझे कहता है लैमिनेटेड कार्ड बांटे जा रहे हैं गुजरात में। मुझे किसी ने कहा आम आदमी पार्टी बांट रही है कि आपको गारंटीड नौकरी मिलेगी, ये मिलेगा। तो ये जो
देखिए यहाँ जो अर्णव जी, यहाँ जो लोग कार्ड बांट रहे हैं, उन्होंने वादे इतने दिए हैं। गुजरात का करोड़ बजट है 2,42,000 करोड़ का और 3,72,000 करोड़ के वादे अब तक हो चुके हैं। तो अभी जो खर्चा होता है वो तो रहा अपने साइड पर।
आंकड़े जानेंगे, लोग तो मान लेंगे।
नहीं, लोग नहीं
मानेंगे,
जरूर नहीं मानेंगे।
क्यों कह रहे हैं आप?
क्योंकि वो कार्ड दे रहे हैं, हम तो दे चुके हैं। हमने सबके घर में गैस दिया है, टॉयलेट दिया है, बिजली पहुंचाई है, मुफ्त इलाज की व्यवस्था करी है और ये कह रहे हैं हम फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट पढ़ाएंगे। गुजरात में 1960 से प्राथमिक शिक्षा फ्री है। वो क्या मानते हैं वो बोलेंगे और किसी को सबको मालूम है प्राथमिक शिक्षा फ्री है या फीस नहीं है। अब उनको मालूम नहीं है, मगर गुजरात की जनता को तो मालूम है। लोग हंसते भी है।
आप ग्राउंड में लोगों से बात करते हैं, वो क्या कहते हैं इसके बारे में? आपके भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता नहीं, जनरल रिस्पांस क्या है?
देखिए, सार्वजनिक जीवन में कोई जाकर कुछ भी देगा, कोई भी पत्रिका देगा, सब लोग
एक्सेप्ट कर लेंगे,
सब लोग ले लेंगे। मगर वोट देते वक्त सब लोग अपना माइंड भी अप्लाई करते हैं, ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड भी देखते हैं और विश्वसनीयता भी देखते हैं। विश्वसनीयता के आधार पर जिनको वो जानते हैं उन्हीं को वोट देंगे।
ग्राउंड लेवल पर आपके कैंपेन में थोड़ा लोगों को लगा कि गुजरात में कैंपेन इस बार स्लो है, उतना माहौल नहीं है, उतना एक्शन नहीं है। आप कैसे देख रहे हैं इसको? और कहा जाता है आपके बारे में अमित शाह जी कि आप फाइनल ओवर्स में बहुत हैवी बैटिंग करते हैं। ये जनरली तो क्या आप नेक्स्ट 15 डेज में 45 कंस्टिट्यूएंसीज में जितने नेशनल लेवल लीडर आ रहे हैं, जितने स्टेट लेवल लीडर्स आ रहे हैं, बाहर से लीडर्स आ रहे हैं, आपकी फुल फोर्स में कैंपेनिंग हो रही है, क्या आप, जैसे अंग्रेजी में कहते हैं अपिंग द एंटे लास्ट में, क्या आप कैंपेनिंग उसको बढ़ा रहे हैं टुवर्ड्स द स्लॉग ओवर्स?
नहीं, ऐसा नहीं है। गुजरात में भारतीय जनता पार्टी के संगठन का बहुत विस्तृत खाका बूथ तक बना हुआ है। गुजरात में आपको सिर्फ लीडर का कैंपेनिंग दिखाई पड़ता है। मेरा बूथ का कार्यकर्ता हर रोज जाकर अपने 1,000 वोटर को मिलता है, वो आपको नहीं दिखाई पड़ता है और वो हमारा ब्रह्मास्त्र है।
बहुत चीजें हैं जो अमित शाह करते हैं पॉलिटिक्स में, जो लोग देख नहीं पाते। उसके एनालिसिस पिछले 15 सालों से उसकी हो रही है। तो थोड़ा सा आपके फॉर्मूला के बारे में जरा।
ये कोई अमित शाह का जरूर करामात नहीं है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी का ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है। हर बूथ में हमारे कार्यकर्ता फैले हुए हैं, वो करते हैं और स्वाभाविक रूप से अगर पूरे कैंपेनिंग के दौरान कुछ सीट वीक आती है तो उस पर जरूर हम ज्यादा जोर लगाएंगे।
जैसे पिछले आप कैंपेनिंग कर रहे थे ट्राइबल बेल्ट में, आपने काफी कैंपेनिंग की है। पिछले के दिनों में आप डेडियापाड़ा में थे, आप ट्राइबल कम्युनिटी के साथ काम कर रहे थे। लगता है कि आप ओवर ड्राइव में हैं उन एरिया में। क्या मैं उसको ठीक से उसकी रुझान कर रहा हूँ कि गलत कर रहा हूँ? कि क्योंकि वहां पे कांग्रेस ने 15 सीटें मिली थी उनको 27 में से।
ऐसा नहीं है,
तो क्या आप ज्यादा फोकस उस एरिया?
देखो भाई, कोइंसिडेंट है कि मेरी जितनी भी सभाएं हुई सब हारी हुई सीटों पर पार्टी ने लगाई। मैं कभी पार्टी जो मुझे लिस्ट देती है उसको ना नहीं बोलता हूँ। अब ट्राइबल सीटों पर भी भेजा तो मैं चला गया, इसमें क्या है?
अमित शाह जी को कोई कहते हैं कि वो खुद डिसाइड करते हैं?
नहीं,
तो
मैं नहीं करता। ये हमारी पार्टी मुझे लिस्ट देती है, उस लिस्ट के हिसाब से एक डिसिप्लिन सोल्जर की तरह मैं चला जाता हूँ। मगर कोइंसिडेंटली मेरी सभाएं हुई ज्यादातर हारी हुई सीटों पर हुई।
लोग अभी भी एनालाइज कर रहे हैं कि आपकी स्ट्रेटेजी क्या है इस बार। लोगों ने ये कहा कि रीजन वाइड आप स्ट्रेटेजी मीटिंग्स कर रहे हैं, और दिवाली के एक दिन बाद आपने स्ट्रेटेजी मीटिंग की थी सौराष्ट्र जोन के लिए। उस पर भी बहुत एनालिसिस हुई कि आप कहाँ स्ट्रेटेजी मीटिंग्स कर रहे हैं, साउथ, सेंट्रल, नॉर्थ गुजरात में, वालसाड, वडोदरा, पालनपुर में। तो जितना हो सके आप अगर इस पर थोड़े से विस्तृत तौर से बता सके।
भारतीय जनता पार्टी की चुनाव लड़ने का तरीका
मशीनरी
हमारा एक तरीका है। चुनाव में विजय बहुत महत्वपूर्ण होता है। हम चाहते हैं कि हम प्रचंड बहुमत से जीते, और जनता को दो हाथ जोड़कर रिक्वेस्ट भी करते हैं कि हमें फिर से एक बार मौका दीजिए, हम गुजरात को और अच्छा बनाएंगे। और काफ़ी कुछ किया है और आगे करेंगे। हमारा हौसला भी है और हमारे पास इसकी योजना भी है। परंतु जहाँ तक कैंपेनिंग का सवाल है, कैंपेनिंग भारतीय जनता पार्टी सिर्फ चुनाव जीतने के लिए नहीं करती। हमारा प्रयास होता है कि हर मतदाता, चाहे वो भारतीय जनता पार्टी का समर्थक हो या न हो, इसके पास हमारा विचार पहुंचे, हमारी आइडियोलॉजी पहुंचे, हमारी सरकार की योजनाएं पहुंचे और हमारे किए हुए काम पहुंचे। और हर वो मतदाता जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी का समर्थक है, वो मतदान मथक तक पहुंचे। अब अगर ये करना है तो बूथ स्तर पर काफी काम करना पड़ेगा, जो करने का हम सब मिलकर प्रयास करते हैं।
कई मीडिया हाउसेज हैं जो पिछले 1.5-2 महीने से बहुत भारत जोड़ो यात्रा पर फोकस कर रहे हैं, बहुत फोकस कर रहे हैं। तो उसको आप कैसे देख रहे हैं? इसको ये जो
नहीं, देखिए, परिश्रम तो कोई भी करे अच्छा ही होता है, सबने परिश्रम करना चाहिए।
मगर इसका इम्पैक्ट क्या होगा, आपको क्या लग रहा है? फ्रैंकली अगर इस पर थोड़ा
देखिए, राजनीति में इम्पैक्ट हमेशा सातत्यपूर्ण प्रयासों का होता है। राजनीति में जो सातत्यपूर्ण प्रयास होते हैं वो ही परिणाम ला सकते हैं। मैं एक ही कमेंट करना चाहता हूँ।
ये आपको नहीं लग रहा है ऐसा है?
मैंने ऐसा कुछ नहीं कहा, मैं इतना ही कहता हूँ कि सातत्यपूर्ण प्रयास ही परिणाम लाते हैं।
एक सवाल थोड़ा व्यक्तिगत तौर से आपसे करना चाहता था। अमित शाह जी, गुजरात में ही नहीं पूरे देश में और कई सालों तक, 1 साल नहीं 10, 15, 20 सालों तक आप पर और नरेंद्र मोदी जी पर जिस तरह से लांछन लगाए गए, जिस तरह से आप पर अटैक हुआ, अब सब कुछ पता चला, अभी मीडिया भी रिपोर्ट कर रही है कि सब कुछ फैब्रिकेटेड था, फैब्रिकेटेड एविडेंस थे, मगर आपको डिफेंस विटनेस के तौर पर डिपोज करना पड़ा। अभी सब कुछ क्लियर हो गया और तीस्ता सेतलवाद पर जो सच्चाई है वो भी सामने आई, कोर्ट की निर्णय भी सामने आई, सबको पता है कि सच्चाई क्या है। सवाल मेरा आपसे ये है, मैं सिर्फ आपके रिस्पॉन्स में नहीं पूछ रहा, मैं ये पूछ रहा हूं कि अभी भी अगर आप देखें कि तीस्ता सेतलवाद जेल से जब निकली, अभी नया कैंपेन शुरू हो चुका है, और मैं उन पर सवाल नहीं कर रहा, मैं ओवरऑल सवाल कर रहा हूं। और ये कह रहे हैं कि सिटीजनशिप जाने वाली है 2023 में, जो एक तरह से एक नाइटमेरिश सिनेरियो जो शाहीन बाग के टाइम पर की गई थी कि भारत के इतने सारे जितने नागरिक हैं उनकी नागरिकता जाने वाली, कैंपेन फिर से शुरू हो रही है। हो सकता है कई लोग कहे इसका प्रभाव नहीं है, मीडिया ही कर रही है, छोटा मोटा है, इसको इग्नोर किया जाए। मगर क्या ऐसे चीज़ों को इग्नोर किया जा सकता है जो ये लॉबी जो करती है, जो कई चीज़ें करती है जो राष्ट्रीय हित के खिलाफ है, एक पॉलिटिकल हित के खिलाफ नहीं? इसको आप अगर
देखिए, लोकतंत्र में किसी के भी विचार पर आप प्रतिबंध नहीं रख सकते, और सत्य में अपना एक दमखम होता है। सत्य भले समय के बाद भी, मगर हजारों सूर्य की तरह देदीप्यमान होकर ही बाहर आता है। जहां तक ये सारे लांछन आरोप मोदी जी पर लगाए, मुझ पर लगाए, मैं तो मानता हूं कि हर आरोप ने हमें और मजबूत किया है। जनता हमारे साथ खड़ी रही है। कभी भी मैंने जनता की आंख में सवाल नहीं देखा। कई बार उस वक्त आप भी पूछते थे, सबको लगता है कि मीडिया से हम ये कह देंगे तो कैरेक्टर एसेसिनेशन हो पाएगा, मगर जनता बहुत बारीकी से मीडिया को भी देखती है और जिन पर आरोप लगते हैं उनको भी देखती है। आरोप तभी चिपकते हैं जब आपका रिकॉर्ड ऐसा हो, और जो आरोप लगाते हैं उनकी ही छवि नीचे लगाने का काम होता है, अगर आरोप गलत है तो। और जहां तक नैरेटिव का सवाल है,
नैरेटिव की बात,
कोई कुछ भी नैरेटिव बनाए, भारत के हित की बात होगी तो मोदी सरकार इसमें अड़िग तरीके से आगे बढ़ेगी, इसमें हमें कोई दुविधा नहीं है।
तो आप ये जो नैरेटिव बनाने की कोशिश करते हैं, ये क्या आपके लेजिस्लेशन पर कोई इम्पैक्ट करता है?
लेजिस्लेशन देश के हित में क्या है वो सोच कर लाया जा सकता है, और देश के हित में क्या है वो सोच कर लाना चाहिए
जी।
लेजिस्लेशन कौन क्या आरोप लगाता है इसके आधार पर नहीं लाना चाहिए।
जैसे आपने जब 370, मुझे अभी भी वो दिन याद है जब पार्लियामेंट की सेशन हुई 370 वाली, उसके 2 दिन पहले तक, उसके 12 घंटे पहले तक, और जब वो हो रहा था, जब आप बोल रहे थे पार्लियामेंट पे, तब भी लोग विश्वास नहीं कर रहे थे कि ये एक झटके में 370 और 35 से हटाई जा सकती है। और वही लोग थे जो नैरेटिव सेट कर रहे थे, जो लोग कह रहे थे कि जो अगर 370 धारा हट जाए तो फिर खून की नदियां बहेंगी, भारत के तिरंगे को पकड़ने के लिए कोई व्यक्ति नहीं होगा, ये सब स्टेटमेंट्स करते थे। मगर आपने नैरेटिव को बिना सोचे आपने देश हित में जो किया वो एक दिन में हो गई, 1 घंटे में हो गई, जिस पर बातचीत 70 सालों से चल रही थी।
बिना सोचे गलत शब्द प्रयोग है।
नहीं, बिल्कुल
नैरेटिव गलत है वो समझकर हमने सही फैसला लिया। वो नैरेटिव सही नहीं था। मैं बारामूला में अभी रैली कर आया, 20,000 लोग थे, जन गण मन भी गाया गया और सब ने भारत माता की जय का जयकारा भी लगाया, और 370 हटने के बाद हुआ है। सारा पथराव बंद हो गया है। 30,000 पंच सरपंच आज डेमोक्रेसी को ग्रास रूट लेवल पर पहुंचा चुके हैं। सबसे ज्यादा रिकॉर्ड तोड़ प्रवासी टूरिस्ट जम्मू कश्मीर में गए। 57,000 करोड़ रुपए का इन्वेस्टमेंट आया है। हर घर में पानी पहुंचाने का काम घाटी में समाप्त हो चुका है, और जम्मू और कश्मीर दोनों के हर व्यक्ति को 5 लाख तक की सारी सुविधाएं आरोग्य की आज फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट मिल रही है। पहली बार घाटी की जनता और जम्मू की जनता ये महसूस कर रही है कि हमें हमारे अधिकार मिले हैं। तो हमें मालूम था नैरेटिव गलत प्रकार से बिल्टअप किया गया है, और बहुत सोच समझकर हमने फैसला किया था, और ईश्वर कृपा से हमारा अनुमान सही निकला, और आज जम्मू कश्मीर सुख और शांति के साथ लोकतंत्र की ओर आगे बढ़ रहा है।
लास्ट क्वेश्चन, अभी से लेकर गुजरात इलेक्शन और उसके बाद 2024 तक, अमित शाह जी, गुजरात की जो इलेक्शन है इसके साथ लोग कह रहे हैं कि ये सेमीफाइनल है, और इसके बाद जो इलेक्शन राष्ट्रीय चुनाव है उसके लिए 1.5 साल का रनअप शुरू हो जाएगा। इसका इम्पैक्ट क्या होगा गुजरात के चुनाव का राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर, और अब से लेकर मई 2024 तक कौन सी कोई एक मुद्दा ऐसा है जो आप चाहते हैं कि इस सरकार उस एजेंडे को इस कार्यकाल में इसको
देखिए, एजेंडा की घोषणा आपके कार्यक्रम में इस तरह से नहीं हो सकती, परंतु जहां तक गुजरात के चुनाव का सवाल है, ये चुनाव हम निश्चित रूप से जीतने जा रहे हैं। गुजरात की जनता को इतने सालों में भारतीय जनता पार्टी ये भरोसा दिलाने में सफल रही है कि हमने गुजरात को सुरक्षित बनाया है, समृद्ध बनाया है, शिक्षित बनाया है, और गुजरात में नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने एक सर्वस्पर्शीय सर्वसमावेशक विकास का मॉडल खड़ा किया है। उस मॉडल के आधार पर ही आज देश भर के अंदर 8 साल में इतना बड़ा परिवर्तन हो रहा है। गुजरात की जनता को मालूम है कि पूरे देश में जो परिवर्तन हो रहा है इसका नींव गुजरात में है, और ये नींव और मजबूत करने की जरूरत है। मुझे पूरा भरोसा है गुजरात की जनता पर, और मैं गुजरात की जनता को करबद्ध निवेदन भी करना चाहता हूं। आप हमें जानते हैं, आप मोदी जी को जानते हैं, और आपको मालूम है कि इस गुजरात के विकास के मॉडल पर ही आज देश का विकास का मॉडल बना है, और हमारा अर्थतंत्र 11वें नंबर से 5वें नंबर पर पहुंचा है। देश सुरक्षित हुआ है, इन्वेस्टमेंट आ रहा है, और देश बहुत समय के बाद अपनी संस्कृति के लिए गौरव भी कर रहा है। ये सारी चीजें हुई है, इसका मूल गुजरात में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार है। फिर से एक बार गुजरात की जनता हमें आशीर्वाद देगी, इसका मुझे पूरा भरोसा है।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद अमित शाह जी, रिपब्लिक भारत और रिपब्लिक नेटवर्क से बात करने।
नमस्कार।
थैंक यू वेरी मच।
नमस्कार।
धन्यवाद जी।
पत्र मेरे पास भी आया है, उसके ऊपर क्यों कार्रवाई नहीं हुई इसकी जांच हमको करनी पड़ेगी। इस प्रकार के पत्रों पर कार्रवाई अगर नहीं हुई तो ऐसी घटनाएं होती है, इसलिए जरूर उसकी जांच की जाएगी।
Roundup debates at 10 p.m. spa treatment, now sumptuous meals.
आम आदमी पार्टी सत्ता का आनंद तो उठाती थी, भ्रष्टाचार करके जेल में जाकर भी आनंद कैसे उठाया जाता है, मजे कैसे लिए जाते हैं, मसाज कैसे कराई जाती है, उसका जीता जागता उदाहरण है। और भोजन की प्लेट शायद किसी को 5 स्टार में ऐसी न मिली जैसी उनको जेल में मिल रही है।
Has Tihar cell turned into a resort for Jain? Arnab debates at 10:30 p.m.
From the Mumbai studios of Republic TV, it's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate.
Arnab Goswami on the debate at 10, powered by Greenply.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. The truth is that Shraddha could have been alive today. Aftab's monstrosity could have been avoided. Aftab could have been behind bars because in 2020, when the incompetent Uddhav government was in power, Shraddha actually put in a written complaint to the Mumbai police. We all know what the Mumbai police was doing under Uddhav. But the fact is, Shraddha had narrated the threat to her life in detail. She said in her letter that Aftab wanted to kill her and chop her into pieces. And yet, the Uddhav government's police did not act against Aftab. Tonight, they must answer for the go-slow. Let's debate.
It was a murder so grisly, it has sent chills down the spine of the entire nation.
जिस तरीके से हमारी बहनों के साथ, एक नहीं, दो नहीं, तीन नहीं, अनेकों बहनों के साथ जिस तरह का व्यवहार हो रहा है, उनके शरीर के टुकड़े टुकड़े करे जा रहे हैं और अलग अलग जगह पर फेंके जा रहे हैं, ये हम सहन नहीं करेंगे। अभी तादाद में हम बाहर निकले हैं, आने वाले समय में मुझे ऐसा लगता है हम लाखों की करोड़ों की संख्या में बाहर निकलेंगे और आवाज़ उठाएंगे कि ये अपराध घृण्य अपराध हम नहीं होने देंगे।
Aftab has confessed to the murder and a polygraph test is all set to be conducted. But now, a letter by Shraddha from 2020 to the Palghar police shows it could have all been avoided.
Less than 2 years ago, on the 23rd of November 2020, Shraddha Walker herself writes this letter, where she explicitly is talking of the fact that how she fears that Aftab is going to kill her and chop her into pieces. Exactly what has happened with Shraddha, as if she foresaw everything that's happened with her.
The sitting Deputy Chief Minister says there will be an inquiry.
वो पत्र मेरे पास भी आया है, मैंने उसको देखा है, बहुत सीरियस पत्र है। उसके ऊपर क्यों कार्रवाई नहीं हुई, इसकी जांच हमको करनी पड़ेगी। मैं किसी पर दोषारोपण नहीं करना चाहता, लेकिन इस प्रकार के पत्रों पर कार्रवाई अगर नहीं हुई तो ऐसी घटनाएं होती है, इसलिए जरूर उसकी जांच की जाएगी।
But the question remains, what were the cops under the Uddhav government doing?
चिट्ठी लिखने के बाद भी उस समय उद्धव सरकार थी, उनकी सरकार ने कार्रवाई क्यों नहीं की? यदि वे वसूली खेल में लिप्त नहीं होते और तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति नहीं करते तो श्रद्धा की जान बच सकती थी।
The police says she withdrew the letter.
जो कंप्लेनेंट है, कंप्लेनेंट ने लिखित बयान दिया है कि उसकी अब कोई कंप्लेंट या तकरार रही नहीं है। उसके फ्रेंड के माँ बाप ने आके उनको मतलब समझाया था दोनों को भी, और अभी उसकी कोई तकरार नहीं है, ऐसा करके उसने रिटर्न स्टेटमेंट दिया था।
Speaking to Republic, Shraddha's father raises questions.
जिस प्रकार से अभी केस प्रोसीड कर रहा है, उस लिहाज से आपको लगता है कि आफ्ताब पूनावाला के पेरेंट्स को भी दोषी बनाना चाहिए?
जी मैंने तो वही पहले दिन से बोला है कि उनकी भी इंक्वायरी होनी ही चाहिए, सबकी इंक्वायरी होनी चाहिए, उसके भाई की भी होनी चाहिए। अगर कार्रवाई नहीं होती है तो दोनों के पेरेंट्स को इन्फॉर्म करना चाहिए। अगर उसने रिवर्स किया है, वो बात अभी बता रहे हैं, तो उसका प्रूफ क्या है?
The threat was out there in 2020. WhatsApp chats and visuals of the injuries establish it. If Aftab was arrested then, Shraddha would be alive today. Tonight, there is a big question on the go-slow of the cops under the Uddhav government. Let's debate.
Which means Asif Bhamla, that the Uddhav Thackeray government knew of the possibility of Aftab killing Shraddha, which also means, Asif, that they knew that Shraddha was afraid that Aftab would cut her into pieces, which also means they did nothing. So the whole issue is they knew everything, but they did nothing, Asif. Asif can't hear me. I'd like Ishkaran to take that.
I totally agree with your statement.
Arnab, of course, the first thing when you hear a complaint, it's a question to me, please let me answer. Don't try to shut my voice like you shutted the voice of Shraddha. Arnab, let us be clear about one thing. Once a complaint is made that she is being blackmailed and that she's injured, and there are photos which are floating around of her physical injuries, medical documents of her physical injuries, then police had no option but to register an FIR. Why that FIR wasn't registered? It is good that the Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister is saying an investigation will be done of that, because that is the basic minimum when you are coming with a complaint of being chopped to pieces, and she predicted her own death. She predicted her own demise, that she would be chopped into pieces and she would be thrown away. That is exactly what happened to her, and police needs to be answerable for this. Also, the largest question to society: why were friends not helping? Why does a girl stay in such an abusive relationship? All those are wider questions. But the police also has to answer: why did it register an FIR? Why did they arrest the guy?
Why the Devendra Fadnavis as a home minister has not taken any action against those police officers since last 7 days?
Asif on the left.
He said that he will investigate it. Let us see what the police did, what was the SOPs that followed or not. That is all that can be done.
What is investigated? Why he has not suspended those officers?
Asif on the left.
It is not a question of investigation. It is a question.
Why? You're blaming.
No, 1 minute.
Why you not suspended those officers?
You have no shame. You have no shame. You have no audacity.
Since last
you have no shame and audacity to blame Devendra Fadnavis when the Mahavikas Aghadi was there in power and in the government. What were you guys doing? Were you guys involved in the Vasuli? What were you guys doing? आपको शर्म आनी चाहिए इस नेशनल डिबेट में ये कहते हुए कि देवेंद्र फडणवीस क्या कर रहे थे। 2 साल पहले महाविकास अघाड़ी के आपके मंत्री जो आज जेल में सजा भुगत रहे, वो क्या वसूली में इन्वॉल्व थे?
दिल्ली में
आपको शर्म आनी चाहिए।
एक आदमी 35 हिस्सों में एक बच्ची को काटता है और उसके बाद इत्मीनान से जाके फेंक के आ जाता है। क्या कर रही थी दिल्ली पुलिस? क्या कर रहे हैं अमित शाह साहब? किस बात की ये बात कहते हैं?
Why don't you share it? Why don't you lower the fader?
इसका जवाब पुलिस कमिश्नर।
One minute. First of all, Brijmohan Srivastava. Brijmohan Srivastava, 1 minute. Yes, Asif, 1 minute. Let me bring some sense of calm here. 1 minute, please. I said 1 minute. I am saying 1 minute between both of you.
Who is accusing Devendra Fadnavis for what?
Yeah, 1 minute. Just a minute, a second. A minute, Asif, come on.
बदतमीजी की हद होती है। आप सरकार में थे,
अर्नव जी, ये प्रश्न है कि नहीं? दिल्ली में अपराधियों का साहस इतना क्यों है? वहां तो आदरणीय अमित शाह साहब गृह मंत्री हैं, वहां तो अमित शाह साहब गृह मंत्री हैं। एक आदमी की हिम्मत देखिए, वो ये मान के चलता है कि दिल्ली पुलिस नाकाम है।
जानती है, एक मिनट, एक
जो वहां के जो
1 मिनट,
वहां का जो होम मिनिस्टर है,
आसिफ,
उनके पास
आसिफ,
पे कोई
आपको शर्म आनी चाहिए।
तभी तो
आपको शर्म, आपसे ज्यादा बेशर्म
चाहिए। आपके आदरणीय गृहमंत्री को आना चाहिए, जिनके कारण मेरी बिटिया श्रद्धा 35 हिस्से कर दिए उस अपराधी ने।
हाँ, मुझे बताइए,
आपसे कह रहा हूं, अमित शाह
एक लड़की का मर्डर हो गया वहां
दिल्ली में,
एक मिसगाइडेड एक्ट हो गया, और आप आज बैठकर देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी को दोष दे रहे हैं।
अरे एक मिनट, 1 मिनट, आसिफ बामला, अभी मैं सवाल पूछूंगा। आई वांट टू आस्क, I'd like to have Brijmohan Srivastava on the right. I also want right now. Now you calm down for a minute, Asif. Calm down for a minute, Asif. I want Brijmohan and Kishore Tiwari both on the right. Let me tell you why would Asif now? Come on, Asif, 1 minute. Asif, 1 minute. 1 minute. Okay, 1 minute, Asif.
आफ्ताब को इंक्वायरी के लिए क्यों नहीं बुलाया?
1 minute.
जब एफआईआर क्यों नहीं बताई गई? बहुत सवाल जवाब दीजिए मुझे। आफ्ताब को इंक्वायरी के लिए क्यों नहीं बुलाया गया जब कंप्लेंट लिखित थी, और उन पर एफआईआर क्यों नहीं दर्ज की गई? ये 2 सवाल का जवाब मुझे कोई भी दे दे, फिर आप जिस पर चाहिए आप ब्लेम डालिए। ये 2 सादे से सवाल है।
5 महीने से आदरणीय एकनाथ शिंदे और आदरणीय देवेंद्र फडणवीस की सरकार है, उनको इस डेटा के बारे में मालूम था, उन्होंने क्यों नहीं इस पे जांच शुरू करवाई? क्यों नहीं उन्होंने गृह मंत्रालय को इन्फॉर्म किया?
Brijmohan, you'll have to be quiet, otherwise I'll lower your fader now. I'll lower your fader if you don't become quieter now. Asif, let me anchor the program, please. Asif, you got to let me anchor the program, man.
Political one-upmanship, that's all I'm saying.
But listen, bro, you got to let me anchor the program. Just relax. No, for a minute. 1 second. Okay, 1 minute. Point is this. Listen.
Or no?
1 minute, Kishore Tiwari, you're not the anchor of the program. You relax. I see, I'm so nice, very respectful to you because you're older to all of us, but you got to just calm down. Let me anchor the program. What's going on? Fact is, we must remember, Shefali, we must remember that Uddhav Thackeray was a very busy man. And the Home Minister,
doing what?
The Home Minister of Maharashtra was a very busy man.
CBI report, tell me.
Anil Deshmukh was very busy doing Vasuli. The Home Minister was busy doing Vasuli. Why would he have time for a letter? For a letter by a 26, 24-year-old girl? Who says, I'm going to be killed and chopped into pieces? Who says in the letter? Kishore Tiwari. She says in the letter, I'm going to be killed and chopped into pieces. She says, did she or did she not say? I have the letter with me. She said, I, Miss Shraddha Vikas Walkar, age 25, volume down, would like to report that Aftab Amin Poonawala, age 26, phone number so-and-so, who lives in this address in the Vijay Vihar complex, has been abusing me and beating me up. He tried to kill me today. He blackmails me. He tells me that he's going to kill me, and then after killing me, he's going to cut me. He's going to cut me into many pieces, and he will throw them away, which is exactly what he did.
That's exactly what he did.
Reply or no?
What reply can you possibly give? What reply can you possibly give?
Why Maharashtra government today is not taking the action against the police officer?
Today we will.
When you got the letter, what did you do? When you got the letter, what did you do?
Tell me what happened to Disha Salian case.
Asif is on.
Today the Deputy Chief Minister is going to say he's going to walk the talk. What do you say?
Now? Where is the family of the staff?
Listen to me.
Those who are involved.
This is something.
Those who are involved.
The male misogynistic upbringing that has happened. This is an incident of a male misogynistic upbringing. This is an incident of a male misogynistic upbringing.
What is Delhi police is doing now? Or no?
With no concept of humanity. No concept of humanity.
Watch the program. Lokesh, 1 minute. Lokesh, before you come in, I need to get Advaita also back on the debate. I have Lokesh on one side. I have PK Jain on one side. I'd like to go across for a moment in this very heated debate also to Shefali. The point being very elementary and very simple. I don't know why we don't understand it. Viewers, we keep saying, what do we say in our country? We say, Shefali, that the police only works for the people in power, right? Yeah. And then they tell us people like PK Jain come on television and they say, no, that's a lot of rubbish. People like Parambir Singh work for society. I said, no, Parambir Singh does not work for society. He and Sachin Waze, they work for themselves. In any case, point being this, of course, this is not under Mumbai police jurisdiction. This comes under Palghar, Maharashtra police jurisdiction. But it tells you that she uses the word kill 5 times in the letter, Shefali, and 5 times she says, he's going to kill me, he's going to kill me, he's going to kill me. In a 185-word letter, 5 times the word kill is used. And she's so precise, she says, he is going to kill me. And she says to the police, he is telling me he will cut me into pieces and throw me away, which means throw the pieces away. There is no remorse.
Which happened later on.
What do you mean it happened later on? What did your government do? Shefali, please, this is infuriating. It happened later on. She was cut into pieces later on, so we are not responsible. Ridiculous. Shefali. Shefali, please, Shefali.
Yes. I lack the lung power of your other panelists, so I request you to lower their mics or lower their voices, because there's no way
I can't influence their minds, but I will adjust the volume. Please continue. Yeah.
Please reduce your volume. What scares me is that in that letter she clearly says that this guy tried to kill me, he tried to strangulate me, and he threatens to chop my body into pieces and throw them away so nobody can find them. And exactly 542 days later, that happened to the T. She also says if something happens to me, this guy should be held responsible. It's very clear in a letter. She says his parents know about the abuse, but they haven't done anything. And the police do not even register a FIR. They just leave it at NC. It's been 1 month since the letter. And then later on she withdraws that letter. But in those 20 days, why did the police not take any action? Under the Prevention of Domestic Abuse Act, they are duty-bound to direct her to the nearest shelter. They're duty-bound to direct her to legal aid. They're duty-bound to encourage her to file a FIR against Section 498. Why did they not do anything? She was a Marathi mulgi, na? She was a Marathi mulgi going to a Vasai police station. So why did the Marathi police inspectors in a state ruled by Marathi Manus Uddhav Thackeray not help her? Who's not going to ask these questions?
Madam, please don't politicize the issue.
Lokesh.
I am saying this is the government that keeps talking about Marathi Manus, Marathi Asmita, Marathi rights. Why was a Marathi girl not given justice? Why was a Marathi girl not given justice? Why was a Marathi girl not given justice in Maharashtra? Why was a Marathi girl not given justice? Why was a Marathi girl allowed to go and die? Why was a Marathi girl not given justice in a police station in Maharashtra? Is it because the guy was a Muslim? Why was a Marathi girl not given justice? My question is simple. Under Uddhav Thackeray's chief ministership, why was a Marathi girl...
Lokesh, wait. Lokesh, don't speak over her. Lokesh, don't speak over her. I'm coming to you with a question. Be patient. 1 minute. You made your point. Shefali, because he's speaking over you. I'll go more precise. I'll say, listen, you can scream and shout and scream and shout. Everybody is terrible. People, Uddhav Thackeray is great. Anil Deshmukh is great. Kangana is bad. I know your standard line. But the fact is, why was there no FIR filed? It's a serious case. You see, PK Jain, they have to file an FIR. Shraddha approaches the police, says this man is going to kill me. He's tried to kill me. Therefore, it is a case of attempted homicide, followed by a threat of homicide, specifically saying that he's going to kill her and chop her into pieces. Police is duty-bound to respond to this complaint. They don't file an FIR. Now, where does this add up? Well, why? For what reason? PK Jain?
See, there is no other reason other than the dereliction of the officer concerned at that point of time. He should have immediately taken cognizance, tender for medical examination, register an FIR, and take due legal action.
Oh, we got a bad audio line. No, but it's not only technical. 1 minute, before I fix your audio line. The fact is, it can't just be the responsibility of the officer. What Shefali is trying to indicate, Asif, coming to you, what Shefali is trying to indicate, Advaita, is something else. She's trying to indicate that it's deliberate inaction. It's not the local police officer not doing anything. She's saying it's indicative of something else. Advaita.
I'm merely asking.
She's asking, and she has a right to ask.
I think, Arnab,
first of all,
the
question. 1 minute, Lokesh, the question is to Advaita.
Today is
Advaita. Yeah.
Today is actually, in a sort of morbid sense. It's the second anniversary of this letter. She wrote this letter on the 23rd of November, 2020, detailing exactly what would be done to her. And today, 2 years later, we are discussing in actual factual terms all the things that she anticipated would happen to her. I think it's important at this point of time not to look at the politics of it. And I say this with a lot of seriousness. And I've urged the men on this panel, especially the men who are here to defend the previous government in Maharashtra. Don't listen to the politics in the statements. Listen to the anguish of what happened to this girl. And that is what is heartbreaking, is that she saw it coming. And she gathered the courage to go to the cops.
Correct.
Despite having no family support, despite being on her own, and stood up. She wanted to live. She wanted to survive this relationship. She wanted to be here today. Please don't view this through the political lens. View it through what happened to this girl. It could be your sister, your friend, your daughter, your loved one. Today, it is somebody out there who has suffered this ignominy, this brutality to her body, where she is nothing more than pieces scattered across forests and sewage lines. Please understand what happened to her. And then when you come here and you defend...
Louder for Advaita. Lower the fader for Lokesh for a bit.
Over a power...
How can you give a clean chit to Delhi police?
When you defend those in power at that time over a powerless woman, then shame on it, the voice that you should raise for the women of this country.
No, this becomes a
and
serious
that is what is tragic.
I agree with you. I have a problem with the video at your end, so I'm going back to
us.
Asif. But I'm going to a fundamental issue here. The fact is, just a minute. Asif, coming to you. I just want two on the screen right now and I want people to listen to each other. We have the time on the debate. If required, I'll extend the debate. No, Asif, I'm not in running away from the debate. No, 1 minute. Just go by who I invite. I am inviting right now Asif and Brij Mohan. Then I'll invite Ishkaran. I'll get everybody in. Listen to me. Point is this. Yes, 2 years back she said, this is how I'll be killed. I know, Brij Mohan, that for you, these are small things. It's a citizen who has been killed. It's a citizen who has been chopped into pieces. Why is it a big deal? Why are we discussing it?
It's a very
serious citizen who has been cut into 35 pieces. It's a citizen who went to the police saying that I will be killed. We did not respond. So one citizen dies, right? No. So one citizen dies. Why is Republic making a big deal of it? Why should we be told that we are accountable? It's one citizen, one more citizen we didn't look at, one more citizen we didn't respond to, one more citizen who died, one more citizen cut to pieces, one more citizen who came with us, one more citizen who gathered the courage.
They came in the power since last 5 months. They came in the power since last 5 months.
If Shraddha was a politician's daughter, would this happen to her?
Arnab,
if Shraddha was a politician's daughter, would she be treated like this?
All I would say, Arnab,
आप देखिए दिल्ली के अंदर एक आदमी
दिल्ली मुंबई महाराष्ट्र दिल्ली ये सब पॉलिटिक्स मत कीजिए इधर
Arnab, I can't submit.
Asif is on the debate. Asif.
Arnab, please. Arnab, all I want to say, please lower his fader down. Please lower his fader down. Arnab, women's security is above any kind of political one-upmanship is all what I would like to say. And this is a gruesome, horrific murder which anyone only with a perverted mind could think of. Where is this ladki ho lad sakti hu gang gone? This Nirbhaya squad was launched in the previous government. Where is it? What was it doing at that point in time when this poor girl wrote a letter? Why was that on the basis of the letter? Why was on the basis of the letter Aftab not called?
To gain some ends.
Why was Aftab not called to the police station on the basis of letter?
Lokesh, a question for you. Lokesh, a question for you. Asif, 1 minute. Asif, 1 minute. Getting Ishkaran on the left and Lokesh, a question for you. I can't hear through this. I can't. Asif, 1 minute. Lokesh, a question for you. Listen. Shraddha wrote to the police, and don't tell me about how the police was functioning under the Maharashtra government. I have enough experience, not only when you put me in jail, but also when I went with a police complaint when there was an acid attack on me. I went with a police complaint. They were not willing to even take the complaint, leave alone file an FIR. They let the people out who carried out an acid attack on me. They let them out free with some 5,000 rupees fine. That is the reality of how police was functioning. When a citizen goes to a police station under the MVA government, that's how the person was treated. But Shraddha's was a serious case. Ishkaran, Shraddha wrote that Aftab is beating me, trying to kill me, and will eventually kill me, and will eventually cut me to pieces. She says for 6 months I didn't have the courage. And then she said, I gathered the courage and I'm coming to you, help me. And they did nothing, Ishkaran. They did absolutely nothing.
When you are talking about
this complaint, 1 second, let me just make a point.
And ladki hu, lad sakti hu, and all Priyanka Vadra should ask. Priyanka Vadra should ask.
Allow me to answer.
Priyanka Vadra should speak up about this today.
When you talk about Parambir Singh, let me tell you.
No, anyway, let me ask you. Talk about Parambir Singh later. You give him a Bharat Ratna. I'm not interested. Now listen to Ishkaran, please. I know he's your favorite cop. I'm talking to Ishkaran.
Thank you. It's a question.
I'm talking to Ishkaran right now.
Don't try to run the clock out.
Ishkaran now.
Arnab, 2 things. Arnab, let us be very serious. This was a complaint to the authority. A girl, the maximum she can do is go to the concerned authority, which is the police, say I am being blackmailed, say I am being beaten, say I will be chopped to pieces. This tragedy, this monster could have been prevented. This girl's life could have been saved by basic policing. There is nobody on the panel who can deny that by basic policing, by following the law enacted, this girl's life could have been saved. Once you go and complain about domestic violence, blackmail, beating, and she has enough injuries, there could be medical record, friends' testimonies, the man would have been in jail.
Ishkaran, Mr. PK Jain says, PK Jain said, and he's here, he says it is a, what is the word he used? Something like indiscretion of a police officer. I don't buy that at all. What do you say? What was the word?
Dereliction of duty.
Dereliction of duty. No, it's not. I'll tell you why. You think the police does not know section 307, which is attempt to murder? What is there to investigate? You investigate. I'm not saying without investigation charge sheet him, but you investigate. Police does not know 506 criminal intimidation. Criminal intimidation also they didn't file. Domestic violence law they don't know. They know. PK Jain admit they know. There must be a reason why Aftab. And I want that reason explained. Tell me, Kishore Tiwari, what was your limitation? Aftab. Your government was protecting Aftab, it's therefore proved. Why?
Let me speak, Arnav. Arnav, if my government is protecting, let the new government investigate.
No, that's not an answer. Asif is on there. That's infuriating.
You are scoring your vendetta
that's ridiculous.
against Uddhav Thackeray.
No, don't be silly. Don't be silly here. Don't be silly. It's a serious matter. It's a serious matter. It's a serious matter. Take some responsibility for what you did.
Because this is done by a male with a misogynistic upbringing.
The inquiry.
With a male who is done with a misogynistic upbringing. It's a horrific murder by someone who has no concept of humanity. And it is unfortunate and it is shameful that Aftab was not rounded up even once, even after the letter was submitted. I want to tell you, once a letter is given by a girl or a woman, aapka Nirbhaya squad kya hai? She cannot withdraw. She cannot withdraw as per the law. How did the police not even forget filing an FIR? They didn't file an NC. They didn't even call him for the query.
I'm shocked.
And when the girl was missing, there was no.
What about there's another angle here? No, there's another angle here. No. There's another important point. Asif, in this letter, which is now with us, and I'll read you what she says. What she says. She says, allow me a moment. She says importantly, she says, gentlemen, calm down. She says here, Advaita, she says the following, Advaita. She said, will you both stop? Let me read the letter. People want me to read what she wrote. And she says, Advaita on the screen, along with Advaita and Mr. Advaita is on the screen, and she says,
why is it that all crimes against women occur in Delhi? We will come back.
She says, very importantly, she says that Aftab's parents are aware that he beats me, and Aftab's parents are aware that he tried to kill me. They also know we are living together in East and they visit on the weekends, which means the family knew about the attempt to kill. So the family was aware, so the family should be investigated. It has to be a more detailed investigation. I see no reason why an FIR was not filed. I mean, let's go down to the detail, right?
Why was the FIR not filed? And I think Mr. Jain must look at this very seriously, not from the political lens, and figure out what kind of influence was at play. And we know this happens in our local thanas. We know that the parents were involved. We know that this was a situation wherein there could have been undue influence used. So why are we shying away from that? Are we not willing to save more girls? Is that the price that we have to pay at the altar of partisan politics? I'm sorry, please do not view this
has already stated that an inquiry will be conducted and will be found out why action was not taken at that point of time. I am clearly of the opinion that the kind of complaint it was and the kind of injuries she has come to the police station.
No, Mr. Jain, how does the police look at these cases? Why does the police...
At that point of time, I'm sorry, the Maharashtra police has covered itself in ignominy. I mean, it is one of the most revised police forces in the country in the eyes of the public during the NDA government. It's so tragic that those who are supposed to protect us are viewed with
Delhi Police
because
Commissioner,
of their conduct.
the Home Minister of India, who is governing the Delhi Police.
When in power. You can go to Delhi, you can go to Bangkok, you can go wherever you want, but it won't change the facts of what happened to Shraddha. What happened to Shraddha is what we are discussing.
मैं कहता हूं कि अपराधियों को ये विश्वास क्यों है कि हम दिल्ली में अपराध कर सकेंगे? एक आदमी बंबई से आके
अरे भाई आपको तो बताया गया था ना एक मिनट I'll get Shefali to respond to you 1 minute आपको एक मिनट Advaita 1 minute Shefali you want to respond? He brings in the Delhi angle every time. I think I need a response to that.
Can you please reduce his volume?
Who's responsible?
I'll try. Mr. Srivastava, will you listen to her? Mr. Srivastava, आप इनकी बात सुनेंगे कि एक तरफा रहेगा? एक मिनट रुकिए ना. हाँ बोलिए शेफाली.
ये बोल रहे हैं कि दिल्ली पुलिस को why are you not questioning?
मैं इनकी बात क्यों सुनूं? मेरी बात का जवाब
Can you reduce?
अरे भाई आपने सवाल पूछा वो जवाब दे रही है. आपने अपनी रीजनिंग रखी वो अपनी रीजनिंग रख रही है. आप सुनिए ना उनकी बात.
जवाब तो दे रही हूँ. वो पूछ रहे हैं कि दिल्ली पुलिस को क्यों नहीं पूछ रहे हैं. अगर श्रद्धा ने दिल्ली पुलिस में लेटर दिया होता, अगर श्रद्धा ने दिल्ली पुलिस को बोला होता कि ये आफ्ताब पूनावाला मुझे मारने वाला है, अगर दिल्ली पुलिस ने कुछ नहीं किया होता और श्रद्धा की मौत होती तो जरूर मैं 10 बार 1000 बार पूछती दिल्ली पुलिस से कि आपने एक्शन क्यों नहीं लिया. यहाँ हम बात कर रहे हैं उसने लेटर दी थी, उसने बोला था कि वो मुझे मारने वाला है, लेकिन फिर भी पुलिस ने कुछ नहीं किया. उन्होंने FIR क्यों नहीं लिखवाया? अगर वो FIR लिखवाते तो उनको वो FIR क्लोज करनी पड़ती, उनको एक्शन लेना पड़ता, लेकिन पुलिस ने FIR क्यों नहीं लिया? और ये जो बोल रहे हैं कि विमेंस के अगेंस्ट क्राइम जो होता है वो तो केतकी चित्रा नहीं Arnab, please let me speak. Reduce his volume, please. Reduce his volume, please. ये बोल रहे हैं कि दिल्ली में विमेंस के अगेंस्ट क्राइम होता है ना, तो केतकी चित्रे को किस पुलिस ने अरेस्ट किया था? केतकी चित्रे को सिर्फ उसने फेसबुक पर पोस्ट शेयर किया था, कौन सी पुलिस ने अरेस्ट किया था उसको? कौन सी पुलिस ने उसको कोई प्रोसीजर नहीं फॉलो किया था? कौन सी पुलिस ने उसको 40 दिन तक जेल में रखा था? आप बताइए मुझे। केतकी चित्रे को, वो भी तो लड़की थी ना, उसने क्या क्राइम किया था?
कैसे अपराध हो रहे हैं दिल्ली के अंदर?
ने उसको अरेस्ट किया था।
क्यों अपराध करने वालों को लगता है कि हम दिल्ली में जाकर किसी को मार के फेंक
चाहे वो केतकी चित्रे हो, चाहे वो श्रद्धा वालकर हो। आपकी पुलिस ने कुछ नहीं किया क्योंकि आपकी पुलिस 100 करोड़ की वसूली कर रही थी, क्योंकि आपकी
Shefali, you are referring to Ketaki Chitale. I am just confirming. Are you referring to Ketaki Chitale? I repeat myself. Are you referring to Ketaki Chitale who put out a Facebook post or something with what was seen to be objectionable references to Mr. Sharad Pawar, and for that she was put in jail for how many days? How many days?
41 days.
41 days she was in jail, is it? Okay. 41 days she was in jail, Ketaki Chitale.
Police proactively acted in her case. Police proactively acted. कोई प्रोसीजर नहीं फॉलो किया, उसको ऐसे ही अरेस्ट किया, उसको लेके गए, उसको अंडर ट्रायल 40 दिन कस्टडी में रखा।
किसी को भी मार सकता है वहां जाके।
और बोल रहे हैं कि दिल्ली में विमेन के अगेंस्ट क्राइम होता है।
देखिए
नहीं, इंटरेस्टिंग है।
आपकी पुलिस 100 करोड़ की वसूली कर रही थी। आपके गृह मंत्री अभी भी जुडिशियल कस्टडी में है।
दिल्ली पुलिस,
आपके गृह मंत्री एमपीए के गृह मंत्री अनिल देशमुख आज भी जुडिशियल कस्टडी में है। एक्सटॉर्शन की चार्जेस में आपका सबसे हाईएस्ट पुलिस ऑफिसर, आपका कमिश्नर ऑफ पुलिस
क्या कर रहे थे आदरणीय देवेंद्र फडणवीस साहब?
वो 100 करोड़ की वसूली कर रहा था।
क्यों नहीं उनको पता लगा कि एक बच्ची की शिकायत है वहां पर क्यों नहीं कार्रवाई की? अभी भी बोला मैं पुलिस पे इन्वेस्टिगेशन करूंगा। क्या इन्वेस्टिगेशन करेंगे? सस्पेंड करिए उन लोगों को।
आपका गृह मंत्री वसूली कर रहा था।
सस्पेंड करिए।
ये तब की बात है। आपका पुलिस इंस्पेक्टर
साबित हुई है। खाली खोखा सरकार नहीं है
सामने बॉम्ब रखा था।
आप सुनिए one point Shefali, interesting point, just a factual correction to what you said. The commissioner said that the home minister was doing wasuli, and that's on record. So they all fell out with each other. And that itself should be investigated.
And it is not proved till today.
Now,
it is not proved
shameful
till today.
Now there's a question of priorities. Asif is on the debate. I won't have more than two together. Asif is on the debate. Asif, question goes.
दिल्ली के अंदर अपराध क्यों हुआ?
आप रुकिए ना, अपने आप को ब्रोकन रिकॉर्ड की तरह, वो टूटी हुई रिकॉर्ड की तरह रिपीट कर रहे हैं। दिल्ली में अपराध क्यों हुआ? दिल्ली में अपराध क्यों हुआ? अरे श्रद्धा के केस पर जब श्रद्धा ने ये कंप्लेंट दी कि मुझे मारा जाएगा, मुझे काटा जाएगा, तब आपने क्या की? आप क्यों नहीं किया? आपने कुछ? आप एक्सपोज हो चुके हैं कि नहीं? श्रीवास्तव जी, आप एक्सपोज हो चुके हैं कि नहीं? आपकी सरकार एक बार फिर विफल एक्सपोज हो चुकी है कि नहीं? आपके गृह मंत्री क्या कर रहे थे जो वसूली गेट पे पकड़े गए? आपके गृह मंत्री क्या कर रहे थे? आपके गृह मंत्री क्या कर रहे थे?
मैं आपसे ये तो पूछा, देश के गृह मंत्री क्या कर रहे थे?
अरे आपकी प्रायोरिटी क्या थी उस समय? जनता के लिए आपकी कोई चिंता नहीं थी। आप दिन रात उठ के सोचते थे रिपब्लिक को कैसे बंद कराएं। यही सोचते थे ना?
क्या कर रहे थे? आज भी केंद्रीय मंत्री क्यों नहीं आए सामने? देश को बताएं।
अरे कागज मेरे हाथ में, मैं सामने तो हूं, आप देख नहीं पा रहे क्या मुझे? आपके सामने हूं, आपके सामने सवाल पूछ रहा हूं।
पुलिस ने क्या किया?
आपके सामने सवाल पूछ रहा हूं आपको मैं।
दिल्ली पुलिस ने क्या किया?
Aftab had openly said this is an attempt.
Kishore
that he had claimed to kill her, to chop her to pieces. He blackmailed her, and 28 delays were enough for Aftab to, you see, to destroy the crucial proof. And what was the administration doing?
This is
done with a gruesome, horrific murder. with a mind with a male misogynistic upbringing, and still they are shamelessly saying, आपका ये निर्भया जो आपने लॉन्च किया उस समय क्या कर रहा था? आपका निर्भया जो आपने स्क्वाड लॉन्च किया, उन्होंने क्या किया? आपने निर्भया स्क्वाड क्या किया उस समय मुझे बताइए? आपने
Your home minister is doing the inquiry. If there is
and I believe we should find out soon what happens in the polygraph test of Aftab, and a lot more will come up. Frankly, ladies and gentlemen, the people in the MVA government should be questioned on this. There has to be some other reason, not just dereliction of duty. That's too shallow a response. And viewers, finally, this man is locked up in Tihar jail because Arvind Kejriwal won't admit it. But Mr. Kejriwal, listen to me loud and clear. Your right-hand man, Satyendar Jain, is facing hawala and money laundering charges. Now, I saw a video over the weekend where he's getting this fantastic massage. And now he's living in this uber comfort. He's getting a 5-star meal. All of this is happening inside the jail. I don't know what Mr. Kejriwal's response is to all of this, if he has any. Let's see what has come out now. Let's have a look.
This is one of the largest prison complexes in the world. But if you mistake it for a resort, you wouldn't be to blame. After all, here is the jailed Aam Aadmi Party minister lazing on a chair with a personal butler serving him scrumptious meals packed neatly in 5 boxes. As the jailed Neta relishes his meal, a different man serves him a bowl of sliced lemons to accentuate the taste of his food. Another day in the jail cell, the man accused of money laundering sits back and relaxes. He watches television and enjoys some fresh oranges out of transparent plastic boxes, curries in packed and parceled boxes, and more. On 1st October, there was a well-prepared and greatly enjoyed mini feast for Satyendar Jain, who got his food in neatly packed tiffin boxes, cucumbers, sliced tomatoes, yellow dal, and rice with gravy. The BJP is hitting out at Arvind Kejriwal.
एक मंत्री जो जेल काट रहा है, सजा में है, कई केसेस में उसकी इन्वेस्टिगेशन चल रही है, तो पहले तो उसको मंत्री से ही नहीं हटाया गया, उसको मंत्री बना के रखा गया. फिर वो जेल के अंदर बैठ के उगराई का काम करता है, फिरौती का काम करता है, और जेल के अंदर पूरा ऐशो आराम चल रहा है.
5 days ago, when tape surfaced of Satyendar Jain getting a personalized spa experience with a relaxing leg massage, soothing head massages, and a masseur on call for him, the AAP tried to brush it off as physiotherapy.
डॉक्टर ने लिख के दिया है कि उनको रेगुलर फिजियोथेरेपी की जरूरत है. लगातार मेडिकल रिपोर्ट्स में डॉक्टर्स ने लिख के दिया है कि उनको रेगुलर फिजियोथेरेपी की जरूरत है.
Honorable Chief Minister of Delhi also saying the same thing, that it is physiotherapy, and of course Mr. Manish Sisodia also said the same thing. From the side of IAP, I strongly condemn this particular act, and I want the CM and Deputy CM both should at least say this, that they have done a mistake.
This time around, they have no excuses left.
वो रोज नई कहानी का वीडियो लाएंगे क्योंकि उन्होंने कोई काम तो किया नहीं. कोई झूठे सच्चे वीडियो लाते रहेंगे. केजरीवाल जी का वीडियो, ये देखो इनका वीडियो, ये देखो उनका वीडियो. बोलते हैं 250 स्टिंग जारी किए, 1000 गालियां केजरीवाल को दी. भारतीय जनता पार्टी घबराई हुई है, बौखलाई हुई है.
The questions are piling up.
ये अरविंद केजरीवाल का मॉडल है कि जेल में भी 5 स्टार सुविधाएं मिलती हैं. भ्रष्टाचार करो और अरविंद केजरीवाल उन सबको ईमानदारी का सर्टिफिकेट देते हैं जो 6-6 महीने से जेल में है.
असल में वो जेल कहाँ है? जेल में तो कभी नहीं आपने सुना होगा कि किसी को मालिश मिल रही हो, कैदी को, और वो भी उससे जो नाबालिग बच्चों का बलात्कारी है वो मालिश दे रहा हो. कभी सुना है आपने? कभी सुना है किसी को 5 सितारा होटल का खाना मिल रहा हो?
Kejriwal cannot duck accountability anymore. Let's debate.
Charu Pragya of the BJP, Ajay Alok coming as a political analyst, Huda Zariwala leans towards the AAP, and Irsan Trivedi also supports the AAP. It's bizarre, you know, I've been to jail. Out of all of 5 of us on the screen right now, I can at least say I'm the only one who's been to jail. I've spent some time there. I used to sleep, Charu, on a thin mattress, Ajay, thin mattress, and I never got lunch because they used to interrogate me all day. Uddhav used to send his people to interrogate me. But when I came back for dinner, let me tell you what the dinner was. The dinner was 2 very hard rotis and some very watery dal. I can't imagine what's going on. Why didn't I get this, Irsan? Why didn't I get this? Huda? This is what is this form of physiotherapy going on here? Ladies and gentlemen, look at the physiotherapy. I want to show the pictures of the chumpy. That's the physiotherapy. I want to hear the defense. Let's go straight to the point, Dr. Trivedi. Look at this. This physiotherapy. Look at it closely. Irsan, you're watching this? Wonderful. What kind of physiotherapy is this? जरा बताइए ना मुझे. Dr. Trivedi, कुछ बोलिए. This full body massage going on there. What kind of physiotherapy is this?
I'm waiting for you to say that.
No, please say. Continue.
I mean, sir, why Bharatiya Janata Party is so desperate behind one person where
there's nothing wrong with nobody's behind one person. Is this one second, two pictures in the middle?
Wait a minute.
Which is
Instead of discussing the videos, look concerned about Bharatiya Janata Party.
Look at Bharatiya Janata Party, video propaganda party. I mean, like who are who are just trying to program and why? I mean, well, there is a lot of things to do in MCD.
Can I interrupt?
I mean, tell them please that there is a lot of things to do in MCD. And even just 1 hour before, Honorable Court also. And Honorable Court also told them just 1 hour before that he should be given proper food.
Is that what the court has asked you to do?
Just 1 hour before it has happened.
He's not addressing the issue at hand. Arnab,
I mean, you don't have MCD to run. I mean, you have only Satyendar Jain to run.
No, one minute. Just let me explain. Charu wants to respond. One brief point. It's not about Satyendar Jain. Who the hell cares about Satyendar Jain? It's about corruption, sir. Do you understand?
Yes.
This is corruption. Understand the point. Okay, Charu.
So, there is a minister who is behind bars on the charges of corruption. Instead of suspending this minister, instead of putting this minister in his place while investigations go on, Aam Aadmi Party decides to do a complete cover-up. The extent of this cover-up is such that a POSCO inmate, a person who is in jail on the charges of raping a child, is called a physiotherapist. That is the extent of lies that Arvind Kejriwal is telling the world. He talks about not getting food and losing weight. Jail authorities tell us he has put on 8 kilos because he is chilling in jail. It is not a jail, it is a resort. It is a free of charge resort which is managed by the Aam Aadmi Party, which is being misused by the Aam Aadmi Party, and now which is being shown to the world by the Aam Aadmi Party as their true reality. So this party, which was elected to power, talking about India against corruption, has actually become the flag bearer of corruption in this country, Arnab. They have become flag bearers because every single time news come out of Bihar jail, it is terrible. Okay, don't speak over me, Arnab. You know, I have an issue which is more worrisome than what is going on in jail. You know what that issue is? The issue is which is a cover-up which is done by the Chief Minister of Delhi. So Satyendar Jain is corrupt. But why is Arvind Kejriwal protecting him to such an extent? That he's not even being suspended, he's being supported, he's being given massages and food and whatnot. He's running a nexus from behind the bars of jail. Arnab, is that allowed? Is that possible in this country? And how is a political
No, I think people are losing faith because... No, people are losing faith. You know, I'll tell you, you know what people are saying? The last time somebody did these things in jail, you know, I'll tell you one thing interesting, because I'll tell you what the AAP has achieved, which even Charles Sobraj could not achieve. Charles Sobraj, he tried to escape. I don't know if he actually escaped from Tihar jail. You know, Charles Sobraj did that. But look at the AAP. AAP has done what Charles Sobraj could not do. Corruption inside Tihar jail.
Yeah.
Corruption inside Tihar jail.
Getting his basic rights.
This is corruption inside jail. Imagine the corruption outside jail. If this is what they have done inside jail, imagine what they've done outside jail.
Right. The gentleman is on a relative fast. He has complete rights to access his food. His medical MRI scans have been delayed since October 21st.
Okay, 1 minute. Just wait a minute. Wait a minute, Charu. Huda, complete your point, then Ajay will come in. Yeah, come on. Yeah, complete your point. Huda, complete your point. Huda, complete your point. Yeah.
MRI scans for Dr. Satyendar Jain have been delayed since October 21st. Where is the answer on that? Which is being poured out by Satyendar Jain. He is on a relative fast. There's no food for the Bimar.
I can't hear Huda. I said, look at Ajay on the left. Yeah. Complete your point, Huda. I couldn't hear you. You said what? This is a fast. You're saying he's on a fast, viewers?
Absolutely. आप गाजर मूली से हमको deny करेंगे. Basic food you're going to deny the
गाजर मूली.
His MRI scans have been due since October 21st. What about those scans? The Tihar Jail administration should provide food to Dr. Satyendar Jain if he is on a religious fast. And according to the rules 339 and 341 read with 1124 of the Delhi Prisons Rules 2018, he is entitled to basic food that he should be consuming on the time of his religious fast. And at the same time, his health is deteriorating.
Just so that he survives.
His health is deteriorating.
His health is deteriorating despite that. I think his health will deteriorate because he's going to get his arteries clogged with cholesterol. The amount of rich food he's eating inside jail.
Do you call this luxury? Do you call this luxury? The man is.
Oh yeah, I call it luxury, man. I've been in jail. It's luxury. It's uber luxury. It's crazy.
You can't. Mr. Arnab, with all due respect, Mr. Arnab, with all due respect, do the leakage of these tapes? What does the BJP want to prove with these leakages? Do you think a media trial can actually pressurize the court?
Huda, 1 minute. Huda, you asked me a question. I'll tell you one thing, okay? I'll tell you. What these tapes prove, I'll ask Ajay Alok. For me, it proves that you can have food of your choice. You have got massage on demand. You've got different kinds of massage. Hand massage, head massage, chumpy, full body massage.
Part of physiotherapy.
No.
Mr. Arnab, part of physiotherapy.
You've turned it into a resort suite. I'm so glad the tapes have come out. I really want to talk to Arvind Kejriwal about it if he gives me a chance to.
And can we talk about the tapes coming out being completely wrong? Being completely wrong.
Yeah. Ajay is seeing the tapes.
Okay. Arnab, the first of the thing, being a doctor and being a neurologist, I can tell you that if he is suffering from lumbar radiculopathy and he has taken nerve blocks, 2 surgeries, then this kind of massage should not be given in any case because that will deteriorate his problem. Number one. This is not a question about BJP or AAP. It's a question of our system. It's a question of our system. The same leader who used to say कि जेल में लोग आराम दे अपने लिए सूट बनवा लेते हैं, quoting Lalu Prasad Yadav. If you remember 2012-13, the most corrupt person. जेल में अपने लिए सूट और सुविधा रखते हैं ताकि ये जब जेल जाएं तो बहुत आराम से सब काम कर सके. Now this person who supposedly should be given a Bharat Ratna by Arvind Kejriwal, now first he's accused by a conman that he's doing extortion from him in crores to provide him the similar facilities what he's availing in the jail.
He's accused.
That also goes off. Now, no. Hello, listen to me please. I didn't interrupt you in between. Second thing, open video coming up, he's taking a head massage, he's taking a body massage, and that too by a POSCO convict, a rapist. And you guys are defending. Being educated, you guys are defending this. What normal Indians would think about this?
So that means
what kind of a perception you are throwing
in the
for
initial
Arvind
videos,
Kejriwal and Aam Aadmi Party?
This is support given
how power corrupts.
Other things.
This is how power corrupts. The power has entered in your head. This is how power corrupts. This is sheer corruption.
Are
we living in a banana or an orange country? There is super prison.
He's not getting
that
from
is super
outside.
prison. Are prisoners allowed to do that? Are prisoners allowed to do that in jail to a fellow prisoner? No. Every jail has an hospital. Every jail has a physiotherapy center. Have you been to jail ever? I'm telling you, why didn't you go there in the jail hospital? Why he was getting everything in the room? LCD screen.
Room service.
Enjoying juice.
Huda.
it's not a matter of question of Aam and BJP. It's a question of our system.
By that logic,
the system is being
by
rot.
that logic, Mr. Amit
Aam
Shah,
Hindustani सवाल पूछ रहा है ये.
Sorts of possible privileges when he was serving jail time. Has the BJP
What nonsense? Charu is on the debate.
Number one. Brought that into
there is no question.
Huda. He is getting. By the way, viewers, I'll tell you one thing. Huda, you know what? This fellow. You should tell Satyendar Jain that you know he's getting refills. He's. You know, it's endless food. You know, you've been to this restaurant sometimes, you know, they keep giving you as much food as you can eat. You pay a fixed amount, Charu, and you can eat as you like. This is eat as much as you like.
Arnab,
get a massage as long as you want, sir.
This is nothing but political vendetta by the BJP.
Why not? No.
If this is political vendetta.
But BJP does not have issues to fight on.
Charu, last 30 seconds, viewers.
Calling in somebody to give you a massage, like he's sitting there and getting a chumpy done while he reads a book. He's got more food than 5 people can eat, and he complains in jail. I'm sorry, he's on a holiday which is paid for by the citizens of this country. He's sitting on a constitutional position. He's exploiting a constitutional position. He's misusing the authorities in Bihar jail to live this kind of a life. Now, Huda, I don't know you, but kindly don't speak over me. Do not speak over me. Let me get my point across. This is a terrible way to debate. Please have some decency. You are not making any sense. First of all, you're defending a rapist and calling him a physiotherapist. Madam, I doubt you know how much education and studies go behind becoming a physiotherapist. It's actually a qualification you have to work to get. Any random rapist behind bars in Bihar jail cannot give you a head
Viewers,
massage.
the picture which is wonderful is that of the Chumpy. I'll end the program tonight by this. I'll end the program with these pictures. Can we have the Chumpy pictures full frame, please? Ladies and gentlemen, my question tonight is, what is your message to Arvind Kejriwal when you, full frame please, when you see these pictures? Mr. Kejriwal, have a look. What do you call this, Mr. Kejriwal? Just have a look at this. Have a close look, Arvind Kejriwal. Look at where your political career has gone. Look at where you started and look at where it has landed. The Tihar holiday and the intellectual property rights of this are with the one and only Aam Aadmi Party. I shall see you tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Good night and goodbye.
अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की पोल खोलती है और उनके मॉडल की पोल खोलती है कि लूट भी करो और मजे भी करो, यानी कि लूट के भी मजे और जब जेल जाओ तब भी मसाज और मजे भी करते हैं। और साथ ही साथ जहां एक और न्यायालय में गुहार लगाते हैं खाने को लेकर, जब उनकी प्लेट सामने आती तो आम आदमी को भी लगता है कि ये कैसी सरकार है जिसका स्वास्थ्य मंत्री 6 महीने से जेल में और अरविंद केजरीवाल उनको ईमानदारी के सर्टिफिकेट बांट रहे हैं। और यही नहीं, उनके मंत्री को जेल में जो सुविधाएं मिल रही हैं वो किसी अपराधी को कैसे मिल सकती हैं?